Lizzie, can you put the slides on? Can you put the slides on? I'm okay so far.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm obviously delighted to be here. I cannot believe how much time has passed and how quickly. I mean, this is a little frightening, but that's for another talk. Ned invited me to give an academic talk, which I feel, given where we have gone this morning, feel a little uncomfortable about. I'll just have to assert that what I'm going to talk about actually does have implications for climate change, for future of economic policy, and for the rest of it. The talk I will give is a talk that deals with the most fundamental issue of economic theory, namely how economists should think about the future. So my claim is that the conference had, thank God, a subtitle, Economics for the Future. So my claim is that economics should be for the future that is open. And I'm going to make that clear as to what it means that the future is open. How does that differ from the economics that we practice? The economics that we practice is the economics in which the future is closed. It so happens that this year also marks the centennial of the publication of Frank Knight's book, who advanced the distinction between risk and true uncertainty. True uncertainty is uncertainty that cannot be characterized with probabilistic rules. Knight's profound insight was that this uncertainty arises precisely from what Karl Popper aptly called the future that is objectively open. The future is both open by our actions, by exogenous events, and of course we live now in a world in which after COVID and with climate change, the future is intrinsically open. So it seems self-evident that that's what economists should try to do. Yet economists have resisted opening their models to change that is not described in such rigid probabilistic terms. What I mean is something very simple. Economists think of the economy as being a repeated toss of a coin. Of course, people who are technical economists here would object, but nonetheless, that analogy is almost exact. There could be a more complicated stochastic process or probabilistic process, but ultimately it's tossing the coin. And the explanations that economists have been seeking for economic phenomenon is the explanations that assume that the future is the probabilistic replica of the past. And this is a very vast topic. I've written long pages on this. I'll just focus on something very, very specific. I apologize for being much more narrow than the previous speakers. Goes against my tendency, but that's where I am. Ned put me in that position, and I appreciate his license to do that. So I just want to acknowledge that the center was the first place that gave Michael Goldberg and I an institutional home to pursue these ideas. And of course, the INET, Institute for New Economic Thinking, provided both general support and real strong encouragement to examining this, what could be called an out-of-the-box issue. And what our program has shown is that it is possible to do economics, although we are in a preliminary stage. I wish more people did that. It's possible to do economics. It's possible to actually model things mathematically, despite the expressions of doubt about that have been prominent even with the earlier speaker. But that requires a new way of thinking about it. And my general comment about current economics is the great success of economists was that Rana, in her really excellent speech, was convinced that what economists what we need to live of the world of rationality. And my argument is the exact opposite. We have to leave the argument that economists have defined as rationality. So what economists call rationality is actually not rationality. And that's what explains why they think that politics and psychology and all of this are symptoms of irrational behavior. So that's the bottom line of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to be much more specific in what I'll talk about. So a case in point that I will take is the development of macroeconomic theory since the 1970s. So it's a big topic. I have another 15 minutes, so I'll have to be a little superficial. Okay, so this development in macroeconomic theory since 1970s can all be thought as an attempt to implement the book that Jeff Sachs put on the blackboard on the screen when he started, to implement the Micro Foundations program. So in discussing the vision for the program, and that's the key, it's my favorite phrase since I came to the United States. I tried to read Harold Pinter, found it difficult, and all my senior thesis in college, I was a physics student on Pinter. So this has always been my favorite quote in the economics literature. Isolated and apprehensive, these Pinteresque figures construct expectations of the state economy and maximize relatively to that imagined world. So I view the development of macroeconomics since the 1970s to be an attempt to implement this idea, and I will argue that that attempt has failed precisely because economists have decided that they consensually decided that they can know so much about the future as to be able to describe it in exact probabilistic terms. And that's basically if I don't get there, that's the bottom line. Okay? So the first attempt to do that was to ask the question, what does it mean that that participants maximize subject to their world? The favorite whipping point of economists is that they talk about people maximizing, and that is this rationality, and we have to abandon it. The problem, of course, is that it's not clear what rationality means. So the first attempt to describe this rational behavior was to show that the world that these Pinterest figures imagine is the world in which they simply do error correcting. They see an error in the inflation rate, they fix it by a fixed amount. That simple device, together with maximization, led to a radical reinterpretation of economic policy. It led to the idea that the economy converges to the natural rate, that led to a supposed explanation why the trade-off between inflation and unemployment is unstable, because it disappears in the long run, not for other reasons, and revolutionized macroeconomic policy to this day, actually. And all the major models that the central banks use are essentially based on these simple ideas that were there. So what was the problem with this idea? The problem with this idea is that people who simply correct errors are not rational in a normal sense. Rational person is a person who has some understanding of the world, as Ned put it, imagined world, and maximizes subject to that world. An error-correcting rule, like the one that I had on a previous slide, of course, has no relation to the way the world works. Example, if we have a world of accelerating inflation, using a fixed rule to adopt inflation would be utterly irrational, because one would want to change the adaptation. Interestingly enough, I've gone through some evolution in my own research as the center was progressing. I used to think that I didn't understand how profound Jack Muth's contribution was that laid foundations to rational expectations. Muth had recognized that economists really don't know what rationality is. They simply cannot understand it because they do not know what it means that somebody maximizes relatively to their expectation of the world. As he put it, there are many ways to understand the world. So what did he propose? He proposed something phenomenally radical, which took Ned and me about quite some time to try to destroy, and which I come to now understand actually should not be destroyed. he argued that an economist can relate market participants' forecast to rational considerations by specifying what they think to be consistent with the economist model. This sounds super crazy, so let me just make it less crazy. So Muth's idea was that when an economist constructs a model, that model basically represents some rational considerations about how the world works. If it doesn't, the model should be thrown out, goodbye. So the basic premise of any model is that it represents some rational considerations. So since we do not know how individuals think about the future, we can relate what they do to rational considerations by supposing that it's consistent with what we ourselves believe. That's the only position that we can take. Bob Lucas later argued that that's the only coherent way to do macroeconomic models. That was his argument. Now, what happened here? Why did the whole thing went wrong? Or it went wrong exactly in the place where I want to focus on. So first, let me mention what the implication. So it went wrong in the following assumption. Muth implemented this hypothesis in a model in which the world evolves according to a probabilistic rule. His hypothesis had nothing to do with this. He just made an implementation of that kind. That implementation has far-reaching implications. If the world evolves according to what economists assumes one probabilistic rule, then there's only one rational way to think about the world. It's according to that rule. And the rest is history. The rest is called efficient market hypothesis. It's called deregulation. It's called all of these things that we know very well from history. All of these things that supposedly have rational foundations. And Jörg has a really strong view on actually the government policy as well. And of course, all of this has nothing to do with rational foundations, has to do with an assumption that nothing genuinely new ever happens. That's what the assumption that the future is described by a probabilistic rule is an assumption that if I'm in 1970s, I can predict that there's going to be an iPhone, and you can even put a probability on it. It's enough to say that events like this happen every day, actually. I've just written a paper which demonstrates that during the 2020 pandemic year, every day there was an event like this on which we couldn't put the probability on it, every single day. So this, of course, killed Phelps's idea. Why did it kill that idea? Because if the only one way to think about the future is the way economists think about the future, then, of course, participants' autonomous expectations play no role. The economist dictates what the individual autonomy means, precisely. Then this models experience difficulties. So the next phase in this saga has been that Bob Shiller in a Pathbreaking showed that this kind of explanation simply fails to explain asset prices completely. So then there were two options. One is to abandon the idea that economists can describe the world so precisely. Another one is to say that there's something else that matters. Or that something else looked very plausible. Of course, people are emotional, as we heard. They care, and they're human, and all that stuff. So what's the answer? The answer is that the psychological influences is what matters. But because the world was described in such rigid terms, the only way to understand why they do that is to think of psychological as irrationality. So that was the reason why I commented, or Rana's comment, that we have to leave the world of rational men. We have to leave the world of rational men as described by economists. That we definitely have to leave. And then psychology will come in. I already commented that this idea that when you write down the model, you basically hypothesize that that's how the world works, that if you are coherent, forget consistency, then you shouldn't be thinking that what the people that you describe that your model supposedly describes think otherwise, it makes no sense. So Muth's hypothesis appears as the principle of coherent model building. Now, here's now a logical dilemma. If you if you assume that economists can precisely characterize how the world works, then you only have two options. One, you can think that people are mechanically rational in the way in which they, according to the economist's view of the world, or people are irrational, and those two views lead to dramatically different implications for the market and the state that I am not going to discuss here because we don't have the time for it. So I've recently written a paper with a student of mine which argues that not surprisingly, so if you take that view, if you really think that the fact that we do not know exactly how the future will unfold is the problem with economics, which is my assertion, then what would you expect? You would expect that market participants neither commit predictable errors, namely they neither conform to behavioral theory nor to the REH theory. That's what you would expect, because the reason is somewhere else. The new data, which is the data on expectations, allows actually to test this hypothesis directly. And in a macro variable, which is the most important for policy, namely inflation, I can report to you that not one behavioral model that has been proposed in the last 50 years, and not one rational expectations model that has been proposed in the last 50 years actually survives the data. And there is, I mean, the paper is with the journal. I don't know how the referees will like that. That would, I'm not holding my breath, but I'm looking forward to actually seeing how they're going to counter this. So what's the way forward? So the way forward, and I have 3.5 minutes, so I can. So the way forward is to now acknowledge what economists didn't want to acknowledge, that there's a limit to what we can know about the future. Rana had asked me over lunch, why hasn't that such an obvious statement yet been acknowledged? That's if I mentioned this to somebody who is not an economist, that's what I work on, and they said, oh, that's a very interesting research project. Is that really a research project? So it is a research project because the economists have basically refused to acknowledge that, no matter what they do, on a micro or macro level. So the question is, can this be done? So this can be done if we acknowledge that we cannot know precisely what the future holds, and of course I'm not going to now in a 15-minute talk to say how that can be done. But what is interesting about it intuitively can be delivered in 2 minutes. Once you acknowledge that you do not know exactly how the world is going to work, your view of climate change, your view of COVID, your view of macroeconomic policy, all of it changes. All of it. The little I know now, I know that your view of how the stock prices unfold over time changes completely. That I already know because the paper is almost finished. But I already know that the macro views will also change, the macro policy view. And then what will come back? What will come back is once we do not know precisely how the world works, we don't know precisely how individuals make optimal decisions. And once we do not know precisely how individuals make optimal decisions, their autonomous decisions, as Ned put it, can actually play a role. So the question is, how do we model this in such a way as to have some handle on some bounds within which they make decisions, yet without being precise about the exact decisions that they make? And that is now appears to be possible. Once we pass that bridge, then it's clear that we can bring in psychology back into rationality, as Keynes argued. Keynes actually was the one who argued, who is always considered to be a predecessor of behavioral economics, that psychology is part of, by behavioral economists. That rationality, that psychology is part of rationality. It's a very famous claim that if we don't know the future precisely, what are we going to rely on? Is market sentiment, psychology, and all these things. The question is how to put this in a model. And then the models will also reflect political realities. They will have contingencies. there's one thing we're going to lose. We're going to lose the claim that we can predict the future exactly. And I am not sure that my colleagues would go along with admitting that. But once we did that, I think we can actually be optimistic about what Ned put in a subtitle, the economics of the future that is genuinely open. Thank you.
We could take a few questions if there are any. Yeah. Heard from you a lot. Does anyone else have a question? All right.
Kind of a small point and a historical point, but I'm struck that the Knightian uncertainty can it also be called Humean uncertainty, because this is exactly what David Hume argued in the 18th century. And also, in my perspective, it's very Popperian, Karl Popper's criticisms. And so I just wonder if you make any of these connections, because it just jumps right out at me as you're talking about this, that, yeah, this is what I teach my students about Hume and the problem of induction.
So the difference between Knight and Hume, the way I understand it, but you will correct me, is that Knight had one extremely important point, which Keynes had later, much later, but Knight had it very articulated, that the reason there is this uncertainty is that the change is unforeseeable, that the change cannot be described in probabilistic terms. It's not a question of induction. It is a question of, it connects with induction, because what that says is that based on past data, I cannot know exactly what will happen in the future. So in this sense, it connects with induction. And that's exactly what the challenge is for economists, is that there needs to be a connection between the past and the future, but it cannot be a replica of the past. As far as Popper is concerned, Popper's Poverty of Historicis, which Popper does not give credit to Knight, is direct Knight. Popper is direct Knight. Popper basically says that the reason that you need an open society is because you basically have, in Knightian words, unforeseeable change. In fact, the most famous quote for me from Popper is that the future is open. And then he adds, it's very important, it is objectively open. But what does that mean that something is objectively open? It's objectively open because it cannot be described in exact objective terms, like probabilistic terms. And so that, to me, is that connection is exact. There's also a connection with Hayek. There's also obviously a connection with Hayek, who also believed that he prefers the exact, imperfect knowledge that is likely to be true to the pretense of the exact knowledge that is likely to be false. That lesson has not been absorbed yet. So, yes, all of this, yes, I do make those connections. In fact, in a paper I'm writing, I want to bring in Keynes and Knight together, because Keynes had a very important contribution that Knight certainly didn't have. Keynes understood that psychology is part of rationality. That was an extremely important insight that has been completely, totally brushed away, and that Knight, of course, had no inkling of. So, yes. Bill. Bill? Whoever, yeah.
We'll do you and then you. Yeah, okay. Here, no, Alfredo, you go ahead. And then we'll...
Next.
Okay, thank you. I just want to ask you, what you're telling us is that you cannot put a probabilistic value on the unexpected?
The probabilistic value on an unexpected.
Yes.
But that's where it cuts. If you believe you can put a probabilistic value on unexpected, that means there's no unexpected. And that, because, let me just give you a semi-mathematical example. If you think that the future is just two values, +1 and -1, like tossing a coin, and and each one with a probability of a half, okay? So if your decision depends on the expected value, which is the way economists model it, then of course the fact that there are two values doesn't matter, because the expected value is a number. So anytime you describe the future probabilistically, you basically bring the system down to the deterministic system. Samuelson, by the way, when he proposed the efficient market hypothesis in his famous Bell paper, had a complete understanding of this point. And actually asked at the end of the paper that nobody reads because we've run away with the perfect arbitrage conditions. He says, but you know, is this real what I wrote here? Is this about the world? But what is this probability? And where does it come from? How do the market participants come to an agreement as to what that probability is? And the rest of it. He was the one who had huge doubts about whether this describes anything. And look how far we've gone with it. We've basically, I know arguably some people will argue that that's not the case, we had a Democratic and Republican administration operate on the basis of the theory that any degree of government intervention in financial markets is going to make these markets less efficient. And that question only arose after we basically nearly collapsed. And then what was our answer? That's the important point. Our answer was that that has to do with psychology. In a recent book by Andrei Schleifer and Geraioli, they say that 2008 crisis was a crisis of beliefs. There was a crisis of beliefs, namely that people make systematic mistakes because they're crazy. And that's why we had a financial crisis. The incredible thing about this, my wife doesn't like me to make that connection, that I want you to guess who made the first endorsement of the book. The top endorsement of the book is by no less but Janet Yellen, who says that this is a new way to do economic policy. We're going to base it on I quote, we're going to base it on systematic mistakes by financial market participants. Compare this with, say, the view of Bill Janeway's view, who argues that you need a government to bring people up to do things on which many of them will make mistakes, and these mistakes are not systematic, and then you need the markets to actually propel this forward. That's a completely, radically different view of the world.
Roman, just a footnote to what you said about Keynes. As you know, it was his interaction with Ramsey that proved enormously productive and led him from the treatise on probability to how he treats it in the general theory. And Ramsey really brings in the notion of degree of belief. You know, you have some probability that it might rain, but the question is, do you take an umbrella or not? That's the only way you can get to some kind of decision.
I agree with that, but this is correct. This, I think, on the level of individual decision maker, I completely agree with. What I was talking about is how can you construct a theory based on that idea? And the theory-based idea has to say how you form the probability that it's going to rain and the rest of it. Yes, Rob.
And do just one more.
I find myself coming here after being upstairs and talking about demagoguery or democracy and policy. And why I think your work is so important, Roman, is when economists pretend with quantitative tools that they're doing analysis, that's scientism, that's not scientific. And they become discredited as experts, and this is at a time when we need to really rejuvenate the credibility of expertise. And what I like most about your work is how you're exploring with data, and I know David Hendry has done some work like that at Oxford, whether these models can explain things. And it doesn't appear that they can, that these arbitrary assumptions of assigning a probability are false certainty. And I think that's very dangerous in the political climate in which we now live.
In fact, they are false certainty when it comes to understanding the world. And as I try to explain with the coin tossing example, they're exact certainty when it comes to their formal representation. If you say something is represented by probability, but your decision depends on the mean of that probability, that's not any different than you thinking that you make decisions based on deterministic number. This, by the way, is there's a broader thing that I want to link to Rana's important point. You see, people like her think that economists basically think humans are numbers, and can you put these things into numbers? And all of this has to do with this obsession of being able to predict the future exactly. Once we get rid of it, we'll have qualitative, other fields will come into our understanding, like psychology, like politics, and we will have predictable, we'll have predictions that we can test. So I think that we need to acknowledge the obvious. And actually, I don't know how many times this can be said. For some reason, acknowledging the obvious has been really difficult. And the reason for that is very, very multifaceted. You know, how people agree to believe to something like this, who are intelligent and very smart, is not an easy thing to understand. I tried to do that for as long as the center exists. But one clear answer is actually the one that Rob gave. What a great pleasure in being able to say exactly what will happen. What a comfort that is.
Okay, I think we're going to wrap up that session, and we'll start the next one now too.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. After being virtual in all my meetings, I think I've forgotten how to do a presentation live. I'm delighted to be here. Ned was my professor a long, long time ago. And this is actually very true. For a long time, we were the first class that took written field exams, and Ned was, you know, the lead person in the macro, and I had the classic recurring dreams that I would get to the exam late, or that I forget it. So I had those nightmares for a long time. Nothing to do with you, Ned, but you know. So we've heard about a variety of problems today. With ranging from threats to democracy, from Ned's comments on the dissatisfaction with work and life. I'm going to talk about yet another problem, which is, I think, one that is a fairly recent vintage, and it is a problem, I think, that we're going to be facing going forward on the development side. It's really a development problem, and it's multifaceted. I am going to describe it. I called it the reversal problem. And the reversal problem, just to give you a background, and I'll define what the reversal problem is, but I am on public service leave from Harvard, at the World Bank, and colleagues around me are, very different. I'm a macro finance person, and, there are people doing health, education, infrastructure, and listening to all of them talk about what they're seeing on the ground in terms of the aftermath, and we're not really at the aftermath stage of COVID. What we're really seeing is a collective setback on many fronts, and that's what I'm going to be talking about. So let me start with the shock itself. This is to state the obvious, right? What you see here is per capita GDP, the share of countries that had a decline in per capita GDP that year. In 2020, 90% of the 196 countries that the IMF tracks had an output decline. I would note that surpasses World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, and the debt crisis of the 1980s in developing countries. And this really sets the stage for the kind of big hit, big shock and its lasting consequences. What I'm really here to talk about is the lasting consequences. Furthermore, you know, I'm sure all of us reading the financial press have heard a great deal that the COVID-19 shock is a very regressive shock. And it is regressive within countries, affecting the most vulnerable in societies, but it's also incredibly regressive across countries, and that's the evidence that I'd like to leave you with. And this is what I call a reversal problem that will be a development challenge for, I think, some time. So let me say that I have a more benign view. I take it, you know, in this morning we heard that globalization had delivered very little, that it had delivered greater inequality, job losses, dissatisfaction, and that's all true, especially in the affected industries, and especially in the advanced economies, in the wealthier economies. Now, even I think critics of globalization do point to a rather benign trend in the first 2 decades of the 21st century. There was, you know, steady progress on poverty reduction. There was a narrowing, a convergence between high-income and low-income countries' GDP, and a much lower incidence of financial crises, be it debt crises, inflation, growth collapses. All of those were less prevalent in the last couple of decades. And, you know, this also allowed a lot of the poor nations especially to devote more to progress in other areas, you know, including education, including gender equality and such. Now, I'm not going to blame everything on COVID. There were a lot of emerging problems before COVID. But the fact is that the COVID shock, and I hope the first chart, which spans 120 years, gave you, you know, a good feel of how big it was by any historic metric and international metric. There are big setbacks, and that's what I am going to try to convince you of, that we have a real development challenge, a big setback to work against. What this table shows in the top panel is what share of countries had a true recovery. Now, what do I mean by recovery? A recovery means you're at least on a per capita income basis as well as you were before the crisis. If not, it's obviously, you know, a rebound, not a recovery. And countries have had rebounds of varying degrees, but what this table shows is that in the advanced economies, about 41% of the countries have higher per capita incomes in 2021 that they did in 2019, before COVID. When you go to the low-income country group, it's only 23%. Very unequal shock, very unequal recovery, very unequal rebound. Worse yet, many of the countries, especially the low-income countries, already had serious problems ahead of COVID. And that is reflected in the bottom panel. And you see that if you look and ask the question, is 2021 a peak in per capita income? Only 11.5% of countries, it's a peak, which means that when you're talking about very low levels of income per capita, you can only imagine, and I will briefly highlight that what this is doing to global poverty rates. Global poverty rates increased in 2020 for the first time since 1998. Now, I'm not going to go through all of these in detail, but suffice it to say that very large fiscal deficits have emerged globally. Financing needs are huge, especially in developing countries. And this doesn't even take into account the amounts of financing needed for transitioning to green finance. This is financing needs because of collapses in revenues and, of course, the need to provide emergency assistance. So this, again, this doesn't even flag the issue that additional finance will be needed to provide a transition, adaptation, and the like. Now, one of the things I said that had been relatively benign was that not that many countries had had debt crises or inflation crises. That is changing. This just highlights, this is the level of debt relative to GDP. It highlights, for developing countries, it's much, much lower than for advanced economies. But it highlights that they're already at a very vulnerable stage. This is not a hypothetical. If you look at the 73 low-income countries that are eligible for the debt service suspension initiative, this is the G20 initiative that temporarily suspended these low-income countries to having to repay their debt during COVID. More than half of those countries are already in debt distress or at a high risk of debt distress. This is really important. It's important because another take of it is, well, so what does it mean to be in debt distress? It means that you're allocating more and more resources towards debt servicing. It means that you may not be able to borrow, which means that all these setbacks to education, to health, to infrastructure, to every dimension, social and economic, will be very difficult to address. You know, people say, well, you hear, look, debt levels are high, but at these low interest rates, debt servicing is low. That's an advanced economy story. That's not an emerging market story, and this is what this is showing here. This is the level of debt service, total debt service, relative to exports. And the reason we look at exports here is because, unlike advanced economies, middle and low-income countries have a lot of debt in dollars, in foreign currency. And so they need to earn dollars to be able to repay their debts. And that's an increasingly complicated scenario. Furthermore, as we hear from, you know, all one has to do is type the word inflation in Google, and what one sees is the number of searches skyrocket recently. Well, inflation, and here what the panel, you see the advanced economies and then the emerging markets. About 65, almost 65% of developing countries have inflation rates above 5%. And you may say, well, so what? I mean, is there anything magic about 2%, 3%, or about 5%? The problem is that the inflation story is also incredibly regressive. This goes back to my earlier comment that COVID is an especially regressive crisis. Inflation is too. It's often associated with outsized inflation rates in food prices. And what you've seen in the last year and a half is the issue of food insecurity rising disproportionately more than the overall inflation rate. So inflation is a tax. It's a tax on, it's a tax that nobody votes for. It's a tax imposed by non-elected officials. It's a tax from the central bank. But it's an especially regressive tax. And remember, food and energy are a big basket among the low income. Poverty rates. If you think that I'm giving you a depressing talk, I am. But, you know, this is what I also listen to on a daily basis as the reports come in. Poverty rates, it asks the same question. You remember the chart I showed on per capita GDP and asked the question whether 21 was better or worse than 2019. Well, this is what it's doing here with poverty rates. The first line is, are poverty rates in 2021 greater than in 2019, pre-COVID? And the overwhelming numbers you can see there by region, especially for sub-Saharan Africa, in 78% of the countries. This is how you read this table. In 78% of the countries, poverty increased in sub-Saharan Africa. Overall, for the world as a whole, in 70% of the countries, poverty has increased post-COVID. And you know, this is why I call it the reversal problem. This is not a setback. You know, there's an asymmetry. The decline in poverty is slow, but the spike is sharp and swift. In other words, it's easier to destroy than it is to build. Widening inequality within countries is also been an issue. I'm rushing here because I wanted to give you the big panorama, and you know, I will also say a couple of words about what I left out. But again, the regressive nature of the shock is not just across countries, it's not comparing the high, middle income, and low income countries, it's also within countries. The lowest, and the new poor are mostly women in urban areas, because the prototype poor is rural, farmer, you know, no particular gender bias there, you know, roughly men and women, you know, equally poor. But the new poor, the marginal, the incremental ones post-COVID are mostly women with children in urban centers. The road back is a long one. Basically, what the poorest 40% have not even started to recover income losses. And finally, this is the last chart that I'm showing, but I wanted to give you a big picture. I didn't put anything on health or infrastructure, but this is on education, since we are at a university. So the World Bank does have what is called the Human Capital Index, which, you know, measures among other things, you know, the education and productivity potential of the labor force. And learning was more severely affected by COVID in developing countries. That is, closures were more erratic, longer. The return of students has taken longer, and the return of girls especially has been particularly delayed. So, you know, I don't want to leave you utterly depressed, but I did want to make a compelling point that very often when we read the headlines about overheating, about the labor market going back to, you know, pre-crisis levels, that's very much a U.S. experience. U.S. had the firepower on the monetary and fiscal side to offset much of the effects of COVID, but that is not really representative of what we're seeing in middle and low-income countries around the world. Let me stop there. As I said, I would probably bore you to tears, but you know, this is a lot deeper. I just gave you sort of a snapshot, if you will, of the reversal problem.
And we can do some questions, I think.
Sure.
Hello, Carmen. I am from Mexico. My name is Alfredo Navarrete. And Mexico was kind of an exception last year because Mexico's government didn't have like a counter-cyclical policy. So basically, they kept very reduced fiscal deficit. They didn't increase the public debt, and they didn't have any support for the people in the COVID crisis. However, poverty increased also, and what is happening now to Mexico is that it's experiencing inflation. Have you studied a little bit of what happened to Mexico? That is one question. And the second question is that in your slide number 9, all the regions increased poverty except Asia. What happened in Asia? Thank you.
Okay. The Asia question is, I think you saw importantly also in a slide earlier, poverty rates in China continue also to decline. So if you look at, remember I said 90% of the countries had output declines. Well, among the 10% that didn't is China. We also, to be in the, and you know, in the spirit of frankness, we also have, we think we're under-measuring, maybe under-measuring the poverty in India because the household survey used is older than what some of the other, the household surveys for some of the other countries. So those are two, you know, but Mexico. What concerns me about Mexico, well, look, what you said connects exactly to what I've been saying. Part of the reason, a big part of the reason why poverty increased, why most of the social indicators deteriorated is precisely, and I know Mexico was there on the tail end by Latin American standards, but because governments didn't do very much on the fiscal front and on the monetary policy front to offset the effects of COVID. So that is along, you know, very much along the line, illustrating among the reasons I mentioned. The food price issue is hitting Latin America, including Mexico, very hard. Even more hit than Mexico is Brazil, where, you know, you're talking about, in many products, high double digits of price increases, which of course, if anyone looks at what, you know, how a consumption basket is allocated, the poorer you are, the larger the share of food, the larger basically it's your basket reflects something closer to subsistence consumption. One other thing that I wanted to mention about Mexico is, and this is, you know, Mexico, of course, you know, has a chronic differential between North and South in terms of inequality. And what credit support there has been by banks, you know, to firms, it has been reinforcing that big North-South divide. So the issue of inequality is while the new poor are, as I said, concentrated in large urban areas, the old divide has gotten worse.
So, thanks. That's obviously very, very alarming in your presentation. I wondered what the balance was between the short-term or 1 or 2 year impact and what you saw in the medium term. Because if you think of the 1970s analogy, I think you convincingly had many of the elements of the 1970s. The 1970s were about oil prices, but also about food prices, about high debt levels, about high inflation levels. But what the 1970s did in the longer run perspective was to push a kind of global opening. Do you see any kind of analogy if you look beyond the short-term impact of the next 2 years or so, when the problems are really terrifying?
Yeah, I mean, James, this is an excellent question and one that I think about a great deal. And here I will invoke Roman's distinction. I mean, the COVID shock was close to a Knightian uncertainty case because you've had pandemics before, the 1918 one, but you couldn't really construct any forecasting capacity from that episode. It was in the midst of World War I, for starters. So there was no large-scale shutdowns. But where you can start, James, looking at patterns is, given that output has declined so much and has stayed down, that inflation is worsened, that debt levels are high, that debt service burdens have gotten bigger. Are we in for another wave? You know, the 1970s, I'm gonna talk about the 1970s just very briefly on 2 dimensions. One is, before Paul Volcker in October 1979 put his foot on the brake and hiked US interest rates to historic highs, what you had was a very big boom in lending by US commercial banks, mostly to Latin America, but not exclusively. So they were, again, debt-laden, very vulnerable, and then the interest rate hike materialized, and you had a famous wave of defaults beginning with Mexico in August of 1982. Look, I'm not suggesting such melodrama for now, because it has to be remembered that by the time Paul Volcker put his foot on the brake, US inflation was also 14%. And it had been quite persistent already. Now, I am saying, and this is why I mentioned that even with more modest increases in international interest rates that are likely to come about, even if central banks drag their feet in responding, but are likely to come about as inflation, if inflation indeed is more persistent, which I expect it to be. In that scenario, what you have is this continual build-up, James, in the incidence of countries in crises, which, as I said, among the low-income countries, because they were already starting from a much weaker position even before COVID, you would see, you know, a resurgence, perhaps not with the drama of the early 80s, but really hitting quite a number of countries. They're just countries that are not typically in the headlines. Let me also say that the dark side of that, I've studied, you know, debt restructurings historically in quite lengthy detail. They take a long time. External debt restructurings, the agreements between creditors and debtors, on average, a debt restructuring episode takes 7 years. That's not encouraging. Hence, the recurring fear is this another lost decade, as the 1980s was for many developing countries?
It was a fabulous talk. I'm curious if you've been exploring how countries handled COVID and how that moderates some of these declines or rebound. because clearly, countries varied in how much they botched this up, and I'm curious, including like New Zealand, like where would they fall
Okay,
on
but-
their swift response and debt and poverty? And then my second question is, I'm just curious about your experience being an economist coming from academia and going to the World Bank and how that's sort of changed your view of economics.
Okay, on the first one, I have to say that was our lunchtime conversation, precisely. And look, I don't want to be, I think we will learn. It's, first of all, too premature because this is ongoing. I mean, Russia is at a new peak in COVID deaths and the incidence of new cases, okay? As is other parts of the, nearby area. There's huge differences in how deaths are recorded and huge differences in reporting. One, during our lunchtime conversation, I said, a friend of mine just returned from Tanzania where his family, he hadn't seen his family in a couple of years since pre-COVID. He had intended to go, and the town in which they live in had entirely had COVID. Yet if you look at the numbers from Tanzania, they don't jump out as a high incidence case. What I'm saying is that the data reliability issue is a serious one. One area on the positive side, one area that we're looking into the next World Development Report is closer to my area of finance, which is, apart from monetary and fiscal policy, there's been a huge stimulus provided by financial sector policies, basically banks giving forbearance to their customers. So businesses and households are not repaying their loans. Now, the question of how that has played out and how the withdrawal of that will play out is one area that we're evaluating, but we're also seeing increased risks of, underreported hidden loans, for example. On the second question, this is not my first job out of academia. I started in Wall Street, and I had been a couple of times at the IMF. Now, the IMF is very different from the World Bank. The IMF is more populated by people like me, macro, finance, World Bank is very diverse because of their mandate. You have two institutions with very different mandates. So it's been a real learning opportunity in other areas, especially on the social dimension. So, the one thing I despise is the number of meetings. It's endless. I'm not exaggerating, actually. Relative to academia,
Okay, do one last question here.
Hi, I'm Nathan Sun, second year MBA student at Columbia Business School. And my question is, if emerging countries have a harder time recovering from the crisis compared to the advanced economy, and if it is the case that emerging market suffered as much as, if not worse, than the advanced economies, in perspective of avaricious investors, to my understanding, it could be reasonable to take a long position in the advanced economy market and a short position in the emerging markets, so that will provide me with a reasonable hedge and profitable returns. That was my thought. But if this kind of activity goes on, it will obviously deteriorate this kind of divergence and inequality. But I was wondering if you think there's a necessity of regulating this kind of investing activities?
So look, investors investing in the emerging market class, emerging market bonds, trade very closely to high yield corporates. Okay, they're high risk, and you know, the regulatory dimension so far hasn't come from the international centers. So, you know, there is no initiative to regulate the EM asset class. Where you have had regulations is from the receiving country side, countries that are worried that they're getting, for example, too much hot money, okay? So things like transactions taxes, you know, to reduce round tripping, you know, go in quickly, get out quickly, that are you know, have been adopted, but largely on the receiving end. But if your question is, you know, is this yet another profit opportunity in emerging markets? I can always say good luck. Because, you know, the real question always boils down to, even when you're very convinced that the situation, this is not a sustainable case, this is going to blow up, but timing is everything. I was convinced Lebanon was going to have a crisis many years ago. It took a lot longer, but timing is everything. Look, yes, absolutely. All of capital markets tend to be pro-cyclical, okay? When things go bad, risk premia go up. You see it in the credit ratings. Credit ratings have deteriorated markedly for emerging markets, and capital flows out. It's pro-cyclical. I've actually written quite a bit on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm so grateful to Ned and to the Center for the last 18 years for all that I've learned and experienced. I can't begin to describe it. I would like, though, today to acknowledge my debt, my intellectual debt to another debt to Roman Friedman. And the overlap between my own work and Roman's, again, I don't need to describe that, will become apparent as I start with my presentation. I'm not going to talk so much about what economics should do in the future, but how it should think about how people think about their own futures. And to start, I will wind back to a beautiful paper of Phelps and Pollock of 1968. And I think this is a great paper for three reasons. This extends Ramsey's 1928 paper to consider the time periods here represent different generations. So C0 is how much the current generation consumes. Beta shows how much they discount, the current generation discounts the imagined future generations. In Ramsey's view, it was morally indefensible to have a beta anything different from 1. But the Phelps-Pollock paper explores what if preferences are not like that, what ensues. And you already start to see here in 68 some early, a phenomena of Ned's research of bringing psychological realism into economic models, because the future generations are not going to be perceived the same way the current generation is. So I think that's the first great thing. The second is that they solved the dynamic programming problem and were able to show how much the long-run savings rate would be, assuming that future generations perceived their own circumstances the same way the current generation would, and established that savings would be lower to the extent that that future was discounted. And I think the third brilliant thing here was they stopped at this point. They could have said, well, we're going to extend not only Ramsey, but we're going to extend Samuelson's 37 paper and try to model the consumption function of the individual within their own mind and see the future consumptions as an individual playing a game with their future selves, wishing to see, well, I'm going to discount my future selves, and those future selves will feel a certain way about their future selves, and within an own mind, and I think that it was great discipline to stop there. It's not a discipline that others showed later on. So a literature developed using the so-called beta-delta notation of Phelps and Pollock, but applied at the level of the individual, and there I think that's where some of this literature started to turn wrong. When we think about this as future selves, if we're very, very careful about parameterizing the delta and the beta and the marginal elasticity of substitution, you can get this purple line to show with an individual living for 50 years, engaged in the dynamic game with themselves, that they'll consume relatively stable amount and it will trail off at the end. But 2 points to be made about this. First of all, if this is an individual, it is oh so sensitive to the parameters. If the human psychology turns out to be any different from these numbers here, you trail off into something wildly unbelievable. And there's a paper that goes with this talk where I go into that in a bit more detail. Another fundamental problem with trying to model individuals this way is that there needs to be one and only one natural time frame with which people think about the present is 1 year, and then the future that I don't care about starts in 2 years. If that's the way it works in years, it can't work that way in months. So we have to be endowed with this unique psychology. For generations, it's plausible, one generation, another generation. But for individual trying to navigate the time forward with themselves, there is no natural time frame that I know of. And that's a defect that's been swept under the rug. And if we have, the only way to get it to work is to have very little elasticity of substitution and to have a high interest rate and a low discount rate. And if we use very plausible assumptions, the future in 50 years will be discounted by a factor of 3,000. But these numbers don't appear in the literature. In the modeling of individuals, this is this is just I'm just tackling the easier case, Roman, with perfect certainty of allocating their consumption through their lives. You know, if a demon were to come to a person and say, here are the different paths that you could have. In A, you consume this much this year, this much next year. Pick once and for all. You can choose A, you can choose B and C. A rational person would be able to say which they wanted. And those preferences would presumably be transitive. That would be a hallmark of rationality. And this is a demon that enforces the path that they choose, never comes back for an opportunity to renegotiate. It's just a once and for all decision. Now, if we add to that a commitment to paternalism, that we want to make those paths come true. At this moment in time, we want that ranking to be the most likely outcomes to manifest themselves in the world. I think that's kind of a funny assumption. We care about our future selves, but only in the way that we feel about them right now, not what they might want to do in the future. If we start from the point of view of paternalism, if we say that that's a hallmark of rationality, and we discount the, at this moment in time, we discount the welfare of future selves, unless that discounting is geometric in discrete time or exponential in continuous time, and we have paternalism, so we want to enforce it, we end up with what Strutt's 1955 called an intertemporal tussle. We're always fighting with those future selves. We're tussling with them. They won't cooperate with the plan that we have for them at this moment. So either we try to adopt a second best solution, or we try to adopt devices that will make them do our bidding of the current person. So if we have geometric discounting, we get out of the problem, if that's what people do. Now, first problem I would raise is, this was introduced by Samuelson in '37, and just as Samuelson, when he talked about efficient markets, said we should be careful about this, when he introduced time consistency with paternalism and geometric discounting, he said there's serious limitations, almost certainly vitiated from a theoretical point of view. In the first place, it's completely arbitrary to assume that the individual behaves so as to maximize the integral of the form envisaged. So he was much more modest about it than how it's become the universal way to adopt the consumer's problem in contemporary economics. And Strutz in '55 said, made a similar comment that there's no reason to think that the telescope of Professor Pigou, that's a telescope, you look at it from the wrong side. So you look at your future and it becomes more distant. And there's no reason to think that that's going to be log linear in the distance from the object that's viewed. So it would be peculiar if the human brain was endowed with the one and only one function for thinking about its future that happened to lead to time consistency. It also would mean that when you're thinking in discrete time, there is a single unit of time as well. The analyst doesn't have to know, but the individual has to know. And if you're thinking, if you have control of yourself in units of days, well, you discount tomorrow by 0.9998 if you want to have a 95% discount rate for 1 year. And if you get that wrong just a little bit, you discount it by 0.988, then a year from now, it's 65% discounted. So again, it would be very, very odd that we happen to be that way. Another reason to think that this model is suspect is estimating the discount rate itself has been notoriously difficult. And looking at a meta-analysis, rates are discount factors are between 0 and annualized and 1 and 106%. And there's no central tendency. It doesn't change whether the study is later or earlier in the future, from the 70s up to the present. It doesn't matter if rewards are real or hypothetical, if it's experimental or if it's in the field. They vary with the time horizon, and the estimated discount rate doesn't correlate with the person's behavior. They may save diligently for their retirement and smoke cigarettes. So it fails every empirical test that it comes up against. And I maybe won't, this isn't the moment to review it here, but if you adopt the hedonic principle of Jevons, you can come up with an even deeper problem with this notion of multiple selves as the way that people think about their futures. And find if a person looks more than one period ahead, there'll be inevitable contradictions. It's a matter of logic. It's the way here, it's the way people in distant planets would behave if this is the way that they would always have a dysfunctional relationship with time, wanting to get off the path that seems best for them if they base the decision today about what to do, about how do I enjoy the current moment and how do I enjoy anticipating the future? All that's going to change when if I look at the perspective of period 2 to period 3 will change once period 2 turns into the present. It's a longer article than is probably appropriate to discuss here, but I'll point you to the paper, which is posted on the website. You know, I believe that the discussion of commitment devices, which are a staple of any economics textbook or behavioral economics, if people do try to commit their future selves, they're engaged in this intertemporal tussle. So it would be a signifier of dysfunction over time. So if commitment devices are an important part of the way that we live our lives, then I think that would go against my thesis here. But I'd say, on the contrary, that they have very little to do with the way that we live. I won't go through them one by one, but if you take the example of Odysseus, the most famous example, where he had his sailors tie him to the mast and then put wax in their ears so he could hear the siren song and not swim to them to his death. You know, he was pre-committing himself not to jump off the mast, but he was just anticipating a future loss of reason when he would hear the siren song. We can go through these examples one by one and find that they all anticipate some temporary loss of judgment or ability to make a sound decision, and that's rationally anticipated. One more that I find fascinating is everybody's heard about Christmas clubs. They appear in every discussion of hyperbolic discounting in time and show why we can't negotiate time correctly. The myth that economists tell, or some economists tell, is that, well, people needed to lack the self-control to be able to save to buy Christmas presents during the year, so they would commit themselves to a Christmas club where they would have to put a certain amount of money in, and they couldn't take it out without a severe penalty. So then they would have a smooth path towards saving and then spend it at Christmas time. Problem with that myth is it just isn't true. If we go back to look at the heyday of Christmas clubs in 1927, very nice paper by Cosgrove at the time, said that banks lost money on their Christmas club accounts, that it was an introductory banking product for people who hadn't encountered banks before. It was an attempt to draw them in. They had a mismatch between when they earned the money throughout the year and when they needed to spend it. There were not big early withdrawal penalties, and most of them, contrary to the mythology, did pay interest. They faded away. They only caught on in the United States and Canada, so I think it's unlikely that only Americans and Canadians have self-control problems. If that was the problem it was solving, it would happen all over the world, and they're mostly gone. So I also think it's unlikely that we've mastered if we used to have self-control problems, and now we've mastered them, so we don't need Christmas clubs anymore. So I kind of have a conspiracy theory about talking about commitment devices as if they're a major thing. You know, but so I want to propose, as an alternative to the discounting of the welfare of imagined future selves, when people think about their consumption and their investment decisions, that they are spontaneous acts of will, that people engage in a challenge when they make an investment, that consumption decisions are made on the spur of the moment after people have a baseline subsistence level of consumption, and that we could make room for, that we can bring back, I would argue on behalf of bringing back a Keynesian type consumption function. Now, the first thing that would come to mind, and actually this weighed on me also, is, well, if somebody is choosing randomly, then they're not going to be a very effective kind of person. Maybe a good person who gets by in the world, has a survival advantage, ought to plan out their future. They ought to be maximizing something. If you're not maximizing something, you're going to lose, maybe you're going to lose your way. So I undertake an investigation with my wonderful student, Zhutian Wang, who's here today, to explore this hypothesis. So we pitted the Keynesian consumer, who is here, against the consumer we call the Merton agent, who consumes according to the permanent income hypothesis and invests according to the Merton model. And I'm even rigging this in favor of the Merton consumer. He knows all the parameters, just to give him the benefit of the doubt. And see, okay, so they experience, they're endowed with a certain amount of wealth, they experience a shock, and the Keynesian consumer consumes a subsistence amount plus some random portion of the amount of income that, if the income is positive, of the amount that he earns each year. And if he loses, he just consumes the subsistence amount. Okay, so we have these two guys going at each other. The Merton observing the permanent income hypothesis and investing optimally to maximize this integral of the person's consumption, plus this term, the Merton agent also cares about his bequest. The Keynesian agent doesn't. They just bequest whatever's left over at the end. Okay, so what happens? Well, here's with a sort of what I considered a standard set of parameters that Zhutian and I have found in the literature. The red is the average consumption for each year from age 20 to age 70 of the Keynesian agent. The blue is the Merton agent. The Merton agent has much more stable consumption. The Keynesian has more volatile consumption, but the Keynesian agent doesn't care because they don't have concave utility functions that they're maximizing. But I find it quite interesting to see that if we look at different sets of parameters, here, I have the mu is the return to the risky asset. I let the return be pretty high because, maybe I'm thinking about the ancestral environment or people's, all the opportunities they have to invest in education, to renovate their house, to buy a consumer durable. So there might be good investment opportunities besides buying a diversified portfolio of stocks. And then in this table shows the total lifetime consumption plus bequest of the Keynesian minus the Merton. So Keynesian does better than the Merton agent, except when the returns to the risky asset are very high, then the optimizing agent shifts into the risky asset and then gets a lot of consumption towards the end. So here you can see it graphically. This is the Merton agent, so it takes advantage of really great stable investment opportunities. But I could easily tweak the Keynesian just to say when they're great investment opportunities, they just switch into it. And I don't know that that would be completely disruptive. The Keynesian model fits life cycle consumption better. Another problem with the permanent income hypothesis is it doesn't fit the data very well unless you do a lot to try to, you can add habituation, liquidity restraints, and add in more realism. But, this naturally fits the pattern that aggregate income tracks aggregate income, but not at the level of the individual, because acts of will even out across people. But if we fit this empirical, if we have sort of probability that someone is going to consume, they don't know whether they're going, it's not even known to the individual. It's not a probability in the sense that the analyst doesn't have enough information, but in the sense that there's a random number generator baked into the person's decision-making, which I would like to call will. It explains rising consumption through age 45. The Keynesian model doesn't easily explain why people start saving in middle age, but that could be baked into it. And it also explains why people continue working beyond retirement age. There's a lot of realism that comes very naturally from fitting something empirically and not as a giving up. Not as saying, well, we can't fit an optimizing model, but to say this is not the kind of thing that's mediated through a preference function, but this is something that people very basically decide on the spot as an act of, that not because it's better than some other consumption plan, but just because that's what they want to do, that it's self-justifying. So I would argue that the macroeconomist is, that this is, I'm not going to argue that my consumption function that I drew earlier is the best one. I'm sure it's not. But that estimating consumption functions like this is the sort of thing one ought to do, and it's reflecting human psychology as it exists. It's not a departure into behavioral economics or rationality from which one ought to be corrected. And it stands on at least as solid footing, or I would say more solid footing than the bankrupt notion of discounting the utility of future selves. So just to review, the fact that people have preferences because the demon comes and says you've got it, this is your once and for all day, and you have to choose for the future, that you can make preferences there, doesn't mean that you live paternalistically at every moment trying to assert your authority over future selves. And then, well, I won't repeat all of my critique of the defects in the discounted utility model, but just to say that I find it comforting that and it brought me over the edge to believe that this is a way to do macroeconomics, to see that there's not a survival advantage to being an optimizer. It may even be the other way around. Someone who's curious, who engages in challenges and projects and is curious right up to the end, may create knowledge and or go out in the ancestral environment, seize a water well, right? And even if they're not going to be there to enjoy the full net present value of all the benefits, it creates a public good that would confer a survival advantage on their kin. I don't want to embark on a sociobiology explanation, but the sociobiology of this wouldn't be bad, I would imagine. So just to sum up, it was said not that long ago that the Keynesian consumption function has not been taken seriously since the work of Friedman and Modigliani in the 1950s. I think it's time to take it very seriously again, not as a giving up on maximization, not as a departure into behavioral economics, but again, to repeat what Roman said, as the way that Keynes intended it, as a spontaneous urge to action. So it's really a Phelpsian consumption function expressed as Keynes would have done. And then my project would be to estimate that empirically and to say, but yes, this is the best we can do and the best we're ever going to do because we can't model human will. So that's my talk.
We have time for a question or two.
Richard, really great work, particularly for somebody coming from Cambridge. But I do want to put in a little caveat around the sociology of economics with respect to metaphorical Christmas clubs. Mm-hmm. This is a phenomenon observable on the down east coast of Maine, and I'm told in other parts of this country as well, where people who do work during the summer season refuse to submit bills until the end of the year, not because they are, in fact, implementing a Christmas club, it's because they have a lot of relatives. And as soon as income dries up after Labor Day, they really want to protect their income, their ability to spend out of their income before they're surrounded by their relatives, asserting prior claims.
Oh, okay, that could be another good example for me because it's not a self-control problem. It's actually, let's talk about that later because I can add that to my list of examples of things that look like commitment devices but really aren't. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, Bruce.
Yeah, is there a social dimension to this determination of consumption behavior? And if there is, and we just heard it in Down East Maine, are there significant differences in consumption behavior across countries and within countries?
Bruce, I think that's a splendid question, which I do not know the answer to. I'm just going to pass on that one.
National differences, including language and how language affects discounting. So there's a huge literature on that. I'd be happy to send you some stuff.
I don't think discounting is a thing. Ned's going to say something.
Does the desire for self-expression come in here?
Yeah, I didn't use that term of self-expression, of self-actualization. All those things are right in here. And I want to represent them in an equation, but to treat this randomness as, you know, on average, people are going to try stuff out, and they'll make an investment, they'll make a consumption decision. And I want to set the stage for it by saying the thing we have right now that we equate to reality, to rationality, I think is quite broken, and it's famous for being famous. I mean, I started in my paper to look at the percentages of macro papers that start out with this in continuous or discrete time. It's basically 100%. I don't even think it's a point that needs to be proven. But I'm arguing instead, go from this to this, and this has will, self-expression, embracing authentic challenges, consumption and investment decisions that are for itself, that are not undertaken because they're better than some other decision, but just because. And that's what I'm trying to capture here. Roman.
John Kay had a wonderful piece once in the FT called Obliquity. And I don't know if you remember that piece. Yes. And in the second paragraph, he said that no one was ever buried with an adage that they maximize profits because even exposed, it wasn't clear that they did. Which is, so if you add the element of uncertainty as opposed to probabilistic uncertainty to this, then of course there needs to be an element of what you would want to call will.
Yes.
Keynes would call sentiment or chance, but these are all the same concepts. They have to do with, right.
Yeah. Or even animal spirits, which you know is a much deeper concept than being made out to think that people lose their mind and engage in bubbles. You know.
Do you have a nutshell definition of will? And maybe do you have a bottle of some potion that can increase will?
Yeah, there's an unsolvable contradiction to trying to maximize expression of will, because then that just reduces you back to making a robotic calculation that no longer can exercise genuine agency. We call them economic agents, but they have no agency at all. They're just controlled by their preferences, which they're endowed with. And the worst of all is utilitarianism, where they don't even get to be endowed with their own preferences. They just have to, they maximize these 10 things or 13 things, I've forgotten the number, which is the most degraded notion of ourselves that you can imagine. Yes?
Social aspects of economic decisions, in a funny way, come into these individual decisions, because this looks like an individual decision, but it's really a decision. There's a complex decision between the way you understand the environment, the way you understand yourself, the way you understand where you want to be in the future, the way you understand where you want your society to be in the future. All of this is wrapped into this.
Thank you. Yeah. And also, Catherine, is, I think one more.
Yeah, I think there's one more question.
This is very interesting to me, and I can't help thinking, and I'm just curious whether struck by how reminiscent this is of Joan Robinson's criticism of the economic mainstream. And I wonder if there's any, I mean, of course, she was a student of Keynes's and, you know, early advocate of the Keynesian theory, but had her own view. Is there any of that in your thinking?
Okay, yeah, thank you for asking that. I would like to say that I see myself as neither a defender of the faith nor a new atheist. And I think that there are many decisions that economics nails, like consumer demand, a lot of labor, some labor decisions, program evaluation. I mean, with maybe one or two exceptions, I'm probably the most orthodox person in terms of economics in the room. It's just some of it. I think because it can help us understand a lot of the world, it doesn't mean it can understand everything. I'm not here to attack. I'm not here to attack the whole thing. I'm just here to attack this. And but thank you for helping me clarify that. You know, I guess we've run out. I just want to say in closing, I want to once again thank Zhu Tian for helping me do this, which was a ton of work and was very persuasive to me. So that's it.
Thank you, Richard. We're now going to take about a 20-minute coffee break, and presentations will resume at 3:30. The coffee upstairs.
right, everyone. We're going to get started in just a minute, or rather now. And now we're going to hear from Ian Golden, Professor of Globalization and Development at the University of Oxford, Director of the Oxford Martin Research Programs on Technological and Economic Change, the Future of Work, and the Future of Development. So once he's up on the screen, he can, yep. Ian, you can take it away.
Okay, great. Well, it's a huge pleasure to be able to participate. I apologize for not being with you in person. I'm in the UK, and as you might be hearing in the background, it's Guy Fawkes night. So there's lots of loud banging, and I hope that's not too distracting. The college next door to where I am is having a Guy Fawkes display this evening, celebrating not the burning of the House of Parliament, but stopping the burning of the House of Parliament. So I hope that's not too distracting, but if so, I can try and put in a microphone. What I would like to share is some thoughts about the future of capitalism and where we are, the impact of the pandemic. And in this, I would like to focus on particularly economic policies which could create a more sustainable world. Lizzie, could you just tell me if the fireworks is too distracting and I could try and use a headset?
It's okay.
You okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So what I have been focusing on in my most recent book, Rescue: From Global Crisis to a Better World, is the idea that we are at an inflection point, and what the pandemic has done is to accelerate the transformation of societies, the pendulum swing, and that this is an absolutely crucial time for policymaking and for ensuring that we do set in place the foundations of a different world. And so it's very appropriate, I think, that the Center on Capitalism and Society at 20th Anniversary Conference is focused on these issues. What has happened, of course, and what governments are now doing would have been absolutely unimaginable in January of 2020. The pandemic has demonstrated forcefully that when we want to, we can mobilize resources, we can do things that are regarded as being outside the orthodoxy, and we can do them very, very quickly. $20 trillion of stimulus, of forbearance, of monetary easing from the OECD economies found overnight, when this would have been regarded as simply impossible in January 2020. And so the key question is this going to continue, or are we going to revert to what we had before? I get very scared by talk of bounce back or bounce forward, because that implies that we're bouncing back or forward along the same tracks, along the same road that we're on. But it's that road which has led us to this totally unsustainable system that we're in, a system that has brought us the pandemic, that has brought us catastrophic climate change, that's bringing rising inequality, that's led to a stagnation in productivity. And so my hope is not that we reset, because reset implies that we go back to the operating system which existed before, or that we bounce back or we bounce forward along the same tracks which are leading us over a precipice. My hope is that this pandemic can provide the wake-up call to do things permanently differently. And of course, as we're meeting today, the COP26 discussions are going on in Glasgow on exactly this. Are we able to do things? Are we able to imagine a different form of capitalism? not only with moving to net zero carbon emissions, but a capitalism which allows for inclusive and sustainable growth, which allows for improvements in livelihoods. And one of the things that's come out so dramatically from this is that whereas the rich governments have found $20 trillion for themselves, a simply enormous amount of money, unimaginable amount of money, the size of the US economy sort of scale, where they found that almost overnight, nothing has been found of any comparable significance for developing countries. And we're in a much worse situation than we were in the 2008-9 crisis, which George W. Bush convened the G7, then G20 meeting, and there was solidarity, debt restructuring, and other related activities. This time, there's no comparable outreach to development. Indeed, what we're seeing is a shying away from it. In the UK, aid has been cut by a third. And around the world, because aid is as a share of GNI, there have been lower transfers. In fact, less than 1/4% of the stimulus package that's been found by the rich countries for themselves has been found for solidarity with developing countries. And so this pandemic is leading to a great divide within countries and between them, and notably between the advanced economies who have fiscal space, who have monetary space, and those that don't have that luxury. So the key question going forward is, of course, how do we restructure that system? Another key question which we need to focus on deeply, I believe, is the future of globalization, by which I mean the flows across national borders of goods, services, people, and of course, most significantly, finance and ideas. And it's the ideas which have moved so rapidly with digital connectivity, embodied in my connecting with you today. It's this digital connectivity which is leapfrogged. And people are talking about deglobalization, but when you look at the various metrics, what is very clear is that globalization in many respects has accelerated. Thankfully, it's accelerated in science with the production not only of a vaccine, but distribution. Not enough globalization, less than 6% of Africans have been double vaccinated. We've seen digital leapfrogging and connectivity with good ideas like wearing masks, and it's good to see people wearing masks in the conference, being vaccinated, etc., but also terrible ideas like the anti-vax movement. And this contesting of ideas is taking place more aggressively, and the challenges for moderate people, for people who do not like to raise their voice, is that the extremes take over. And we saw this, of course, in the terrible expression of the invasion of the Capitol. It's that extremism which is fostered by these crises. I do not believe we would have had President Trump in the White House. I do not believe we would have had Brexit in Britain had it not been for the financial crisis. The total failure of the system to manage, the total failure of our finance ministers, our central banks, our highly paid commercial bankers to manage an integrated financial system. And so the great challenge for globalization is, I believe, what I've termed in the previous work, the butterfly defect. This challenge of managing hyper interconnected, complex dynamic systems, the nodes and networks, and of course, the responsibilities that go with it. It's not just that every cyber center can become the source of a cyber virus, every financial center the source of a financial crisis, every airport the source of a pandemic. It's that goods add up to bads. It's wonderful that 1.5 billion people have got energy for the first time over the last 30 years. But that is leading to an escalation of the climate crisis. It's wonderful that another 500 million people have got access to antibiotics. But that is leading to antibiotic resistance, which will mean that no antibiotics in the world are effective. With our growing freedom, we failed to take on growing responsibility. And this challenge between becoming wealthier, gaining liberty, and taking on responsibility is, I believe, at the center of a discussion on the future of capitalism. Are we able to embrace all that is good about capitalism in terms of the liberating force of creative destruction, the ingenuity, the development of jobs and livelihoods that comes from investment and private individual decisions around that, at the same time accepting that as we go richer and as we become more interconnected, the responsibility grows on each of us to be more regulated, more self-regulated, and to have a greater ethical basis for our actions. The spillovers, the externalities of all our actions grow as we become richer and more connected. And it's that challenge, that balance, that I believe is at the heart of it. Ned has written so eloquently about the dangers of societies not taking risk. But what we see in a society like Denmark is this extraordinary ability of people to take risk but not lose their livelihoods when they do so. The extraordinary ability of a safety net which guarantees people livelihoods even if they lose their jobs, livelihoods even if their firms go bankrupt, allowing a wonderfully dynamic creative destruction. And the challenge for creative destruction is not only for the entrepreneurs that find that they may lose their jobs, but also, of course, for the individuals who don't want to take risks. It's appropriate that as I speak, the fireworks are going out louder and louder outside in the college next door, because we're going through a period of, I believe, unprecedented fireworks. Fireworks in the amount of experimentation that's happening. Countries around the world doing things differently, countries around the world exploring new ways of regulation, of supporting workers, and of course, huge amounts of unprecedented monetary stimulus. This has got to come to an end, this monetary stimulus. We're seeing the inflationary pressures, and we're seeing the dangers of a cycle of too cheap money, the growth of zombie firms, the extraordinary forbearance has not been healthy. Until we are able to have a more competitive environment, it's inevitable that productivity will remain stagnant. But we need to be able to ensure that in that competitive environment, we do not put people's lives and livelihoods at risk. And that is why the creation of a safety net is so vital. That is why guaranteeing people access to health, to education, to housing at affordable rates is at the center of any project, I believe, on creating an inclusive capitalist society. We can do this, and it's been shown in place after place, but I believe that some of the things being talked about need rethinking. Universal basic income, which is one of the great topics of conversation, is, in my view, the wrong approach. Basic income, yes, ensuring that everyone has a decent life, but universal, no, for many reasons. Simply the arithmetic not adding up, that it increases poverty because it's a substitute for other transfers like housing, unemployment, disability, etc. That people get meaning, respect, self-worth, networks, and skills through work. We should aim for societies of full employment. As Angus Deaton has so eloquently written about the disease of despair, societies that depend on hand-downs are societies which are unsustainable socially, which lead to mental illness and other crises, and are not places Excuse me for that disruption. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
For some reason, Zoom froze, but I've come in on another machine. I was talking about UBI and the shortcomings of UBI, and I hope that you got that whole discussion. But it's also the case that the future of work will be totally different as a result of automation, robotics, 3D printing, and other technological shifts. And it's that shift which, in my view, is likely to result in a very different demand. We will see the need for massive movements in societies, skilled people doing different jobs, places that grow and places that decline, and with that, a need for greater flexibility. Flexibility in where people are, what they do, how they reskill. And so entering into this debate, not about UBI, which I think is a red herring, but about how will we sustain societies, what is the future of work, and what sort of education and other systems do we need in order to create that is, I believe, central. And in my view, what the UBI debate is doing is to postpone that more fundamental conversation about the future of our societies and work. There are also very important conversations to be had about the relationship of technological change to tax revenues, the regulatory issues around superstar firms, and of course, the questions regarding why hasn't this yet transferred into productivity improvements. That fundamental question that many of you have been engaged in, and with, of course, Solo raised so long ago, remains an absolute puzzle. We've been doing deep analytic work on this. I have 4 postdocs working full-time on this and have been doing so for the last 3 years. And we've gone through the 22 different sorts of explanations about productivity stagnation, those ranging from mismeasurement to the belief that it hasn't yet permeated business processes, the sort of arguments that Erik Bjornenson and others are making, to views that the labor market has various issues ranging from aging to the lack of migrants, to rigidities, and even on the other extreme to excessive flexibilities with too much gig working and not enough investment in people. The arguments around the knowledge tree and the knowledge factory and whether that's somehow broken, either because the patent system is broken, because all the easy ideas have been taken, because ideas are becoming more complex and therefore difficult to connect. And when you look at the average age, for example, of journal article authors and the number of collaborators on journal articles, there's a little bit of evidence for that. There are also many arguments around the firm, ranging from the fact that monetary easing has led to excessive quantitative easing, low interest rates, and too many zombie firms, to superstar firms basically vacuum cleaning up competition and undermining the production of new ideas from new firms. This range of 22 different explanations for the stagnation in productivity is, I believe, where we need to place greater emphasis. Because unless we are able to restore productivity, there can be no basis for shared prosperity in capitalism in the future. It is absolutely fundamental. And unfortunately, the easy answers, such as mismeasurement, don't get very far. We have to have an explanation that satisfies 3 criteria. The first is whatever it is that's undermining productivity has to be of a scale in our economies that it's economy-wide influence. In other words, something like the mismeasurement of the digital economy, which only accounts for less than 10% of GDP, cannot be an explanation why productivity has fallen in half, even if you have 100% mismeasurement. Beaumont disease, similarly, which is a very credible explanation that a greater and greater share of economic activities in services which don't lend themselves to productivity enhancement, like education and health, is also unlikely to be the cause.
because that is a slow secular process, like aging and like so many other things that people point to. And yet we saw over a period of 3 years a halving of productivity growth rates in the early 2000s. And by the way, that happened before the financial crisis. So explanations that this was somehow related to the financial crisis have got their sequencing wrong. So the one question is sequencing, another is scale, and the third is the global impact of this. Because it's not just that productivity has declined, growth has declined in the US, it's done so across Europe, and it's even done so in countries like China, where it went from, say, 6% to 4%, not of the orders of magnitude and the slowness of Europe or the US, but about the same time. And so as we search for an explanation for this global decline in productivity, we picked up various aspects of this. We do think that failures in competition policy have been pretty central to this, and the growth of superstar firms, particularly in technology areas, and that we need to urgently think that. We think the decline in fundamental research has been pretty central, and that the austerity packages which led to a decline in investments in health and in physics and in other areas have underpinned this. We think there is an issue regarding the support for research more generally, postdoctoral and other research, and the availability of funding for that, declining research expenditure. We think there's something around Bowman's disease, but it's not of the order of magnitude which can account for this. And so we've identified 3 or 4 factors which we think above all else account for this. And it's certainly not the simple ones like mismeasurement. We also do not believe that we can simply have faith in the argument that we just need to wait, that once businesses adopt new technologies, we will see the productivity enhancement. This, unfortunately, is not likely to be the case. And so in a conference celebrating the 20th anniversary of capitalism and society, we can be greatly heartened by this vibrant atmosphere around us of a deep rethinking which has been associated with the pandemic. A deep rethinking which has been associated with the discussions of the move to new energy forms. A deep rethinking about the future of work and about sustainable capitalism. The Center of Capitalism and Society has been at the heart of that discussion over the past 20 years. It will continue to be. I'm extremely sorry I cannot be with you, not only to be able to share in all the learning, but also to see you informally. My hope is that we will have a 21st and many more celebrations of the Center of Capitalism Society, and I look forward to joining you in the future. Thank you.
So I think we do have time for just one question, if there is one. All right, Ned.
Well, thank you very much for that. Without being provocative, I'm wondering why you like so much the idea of, I forget what you call it, but just ways of sustaining people, as many people as want it, as long as they want it, versus the more austere approach of such people as John Rawls, and I'd like to join that group, who strongly favor subsidizing wages to pull up wages so that everybody who wants to work can make a good living.
I think minimum wages, Ned, firstly, it's great to see you again. And I'm really sorry I can't give you a hug, which is what I would like to do. But I believe subsidizing or supporting wages, and there are different ways one can do this. One can do it institutionally, minimum wages, and through institutions like trade unions, and different ways of doing it is one aspect of it. But what I really strongly believe in is we should support churn. We should support people leaving jobs. We should support people feeling that they can change where they are. The people in the Midwest of the US's problem is that they don't have jobs and they can't get to where the jobs are. And so flexibility and giving people, say, vouchers, housing vouchers, school vouchers, the transport vouchers, the ability to move. When I interviewed people 20 miles from Chicago about why they didn't go to Chicago for a job, it was quite extraordinary. You know, these people couldn't afford to get to Chicago, but there were jobs in Chicago. There was no public transport system to get them there. And so how you get from one bad equilibrium into a positive equilibrium, I think, is at the heart. And I think, and I certainly am very taken by the evidence I've seen from Denmark and other societies that do this, that have higher rates of employment, higher rates of small business creation, higher rates of investment, because people have a security that if they lose their job, they won't starve to death. So some basic, I think for civilized societies, we need some basic minimum. Now, that minimum is not going to be the equivalent of a wage. It will never compete with a decent job, but it will mean that you and your family can live. And so I think it's really a question of, do you provide that basic safety net for society, which allows people to have a decent life, allows children to go to school, allows people to get free education and health and other needs if they do fall through that safety net, or fall out of jobs. But of course, jobs are first.
Okay, I think that's all the time we have for. Thank you so much, Ian.
Thank you very much, and apologies for the slip up and for the bangs in the background if they were distracting.
Hello, everybody. First, I would like to thank Professor Phelps and the Center for bringing us all together. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces and to have the opportunity to meet new interesting people and to feel as part of a community again. I've been asked to speak on Europe. Europe is at a tipping point as it faces grave challenges, but also has great opportunities. Let's begin with the challenges. First, I will highlight social tensions within countries. For instance, my home country, Germany. Germany has been one of the most successful countries in managing the pandemic with comparatively few deaths. Nevertheless, on a sunny day in late August last year, almost 40,000 people congregated in Berlin to protest the government's COVID-19 restrictions and the quote-unquote mask slavery. Around 3,000 of these people were members of the far-right scene, carrying flags and other insignia of the former imperial Germany. As the sun was setting, several hundreds of them tried to storm the Reichstag, the parliament building. The violent mob vastly outnumbered police forces, tore down security barriers, screamed anti-democratic slogans, and made it as far as the steps leading to the entry. Germans were shocked at this attempted takeover of the symbol of German democracy as it elicited dark memories of the past. In France, a far-right conspiracy theorist, Rémi Daillé, has just been charged with terrorism over a plot to overthrow the French government in what is called Opération Azur. Within just a few months, he had managed to amass a group of several hundred members, which included army officers, policemen, doctors, and lawyers. They had made preparations to seize the Élysée Palace, parliament ministries, and a broadcasting station using firearms and explosives. In April, the 60th anniversary of a failed coup d'etat in France, 1,000 servicemen, including about 20 retired generals, announced in an open letter that the army might have to seize power to avoid deadly civil war because Islamists were taking over whole parts of France. Since the Yellow Vest riots in Paris in 2018 and 19, the French administration has taken such threats of a bloody coup much more seriously. Italy has also seen its share of unrest with strikes, protests, and alarming violence, primarily driven by the neo-fascist group Forza Nuova. In October, around 10,000 people marched through Rome in protest against stringent corona measures. Hundreds of them had planned to storm the presidential palace and democratic institutions. Diverted by the police, they instead rampaged the offices of a major labor union which had supported the government measures. There are many more examples of unrest simmering in other European countries. These tensions are a manifestation of a widespread dissatisfaction, and if you take a step back and connect the dots, you can see a pattern emerging. It's important to point out that these groups don't only consist of far-right wing extremists, which, to be clear, are still on the fringes. The protesters are very diverse. It's just that far-right groups often take the lead to bring together these dissenting voices, which include angry business owners, upset parents, anti-vaxxers, and conspiracy theorists. They are united in their shared distrust of the elite, institutions, liberal values, and science. Their disdain is the result of various developments, such as globalization, technological innovation, and immigration, which have disrupted their lives and their sense of identity. They regard the European Union as a technocratic bureaucracy, as deceptive and exploitative. For them, the European Union, the common currency, and monetary stabilization measures are not democratically legitimized, but merely a transmission mechanism for the enrichments of the elites. The corona pandemic has exacerbated existing frictions and brought those amorphous, disintegrative forces to the surface. Secondly, there are conflicts in between countries. On the most basic level, frictions go to the very core of the common community, namely its values and culture. Two of the most right-wing governments, Poland and Hungary, reject many of the community's shared values, for instance, with regard to an independent judiciary, media freedom, and the protection of rights of minorities, such as members of the LGBTQ community. Poland also asserts that its domestic law takes precedence over EU law. However, it is EU law that has primacy over national law, and member states are required to follow a common rule book. In order to discipline Poland, the EU is withholding billions of euros that Poland is actually due to receive from the COVID-19 Recovery Fund. The Polish government's response: fine, you don't fork over the money that is owed to us, then we will block every single important decision that you will try to push through. Hungary has also been at odds with the European Commission over its judiciary, which the Hungarian government has tried to bring under its control. In contrast to Poland, though, Hungary has not challenged the authority of the European Court of Justice and complied with its rulings. Monetary and fiscal policies have also set member countries on a collision course. As has been well established, the design of the single currency contains a fundamental flaw, as member states were assumed to be on the same level based on formal accession criteria, when in reality they had all very different economies. And while member countries can make their own fiscal policies, they must adhere to EU debt and deficit rules. As a result, many of them have had to operate within a framework that didn't really suit them and was counterproductive for them. The bifurcation between economically and financially stronger core countries such as Germany and weaker countries in the periphery has exacerbated economic and financial issues. The EU has rendered support, but has in return imposed austerity and structural reforms, which have typically led to economic stagnation and rising unemployment. The pandemic has put a strain on all member countries' economy, but particularly those in the periphery. High inflation, especially record energy prices, potentially endanger the fragile economic recovery and might derail the Green Deal, at least in parts, which is a 1 trillion euro 10-year plan of the European Union. The reasons for the inflation are similar as in the United States, and the risk also very similar. To avoid social unrest and political upheaval, the community should jumpstart growth by increasing spending. Since before COVID-19, public and private investments have been very low, while private savings have been high. In view of these facts and due to the low borrowing costs, it would be feasible to loosen fiscal rules to take on more debt to invest in productive assets because revenues would exceed the low borrowing costs. However, debt typically sparks concerns about financial stability, particularly in Germany. On a side note, the German word for debt is Schuld, which literally means guilty. Guilt as in guilty. So Germans have a reflexive negative association with the concept. I can confirm this because I grew up in Germany and I was taught by my parents that the worst thing you can do is to take on debt. And if you absolutely have to, like say for a mortgage, it is the utmost priority to pay it back as soon as possible. During the pandemic, Germany has made available virtually unlimited credit to German businesses, but it has justified these measures by saying, well, we had such great budget discipline that now we can afford it because basically we were, saved money beforehand. The new government in Germany, which is a three-party coalition, has agreed on the need to make investments, though on the basis of sustainable finances. Germany has a provision in the constitution which is called the debt brake. And what it does, it says that in order to maintain a balanced budget, it limits annual government borrowing. There have been voices which have pled for the abolition of the debt brake, but that probably won't happen. There is, however, a loophole because due to Corona, the debt brake was temporarily suspended and will only be reactivated in 2023. That provides the possibility for taking on new debt in 2022, which is one of the greatest worries of the conservatives. The ECB finds itself in the midst of competing forces and must walk a fine line of maintaining financial stability while not stifling growth. Particularly, rising inflation is, of course, a challenge for the ECB because if it turns out to be more persistent, it will be in a dilemma as it has to be careful not to risk the weaker countries' ability to finance themselves. The ECB's purchase of government bonds has been criticized because there is supposed to be a strict separation between monetary and fiscal policy, and the ECB is prohibited from financing countries. Germany, in particular, has been concerned with monetary stability and access and the transformation into a transfer union. The German central bank Bundesbank has typically been opposed to increasingly unconventional policies, though it ultimately has always come to support them. Meanwhile, the influence of orthodox conservative voices has been waning since a decade of low inflation, despite those loose monetary policies has weakened their case. The president of the Bundesbank, Jens Weidmann, will depart in December to the great dismay of many German policymakers and economists who saw him as a moderating influence. In December, the ECB, just when he's leaving, the ECB will also wind down the 1.85 trillion euro pandemic emergency purchase program, PEPP, and it must then decide what it will do after that. It could potentially lose restrictions in the bond buying program, PSPP. While the EU is confronted with numerous fundamental challenges, there are also unifying forces which increase cohesion. First of all, there are cross-border issues such as the pandemic, trade disputes, climate change, the energy crisis, digitization, immigration, Brexit, and slowing global growth. Then there are international threats resulting from Russia's aggression, China's antagonism, and the US's unreliability. Economic interdependence and the defense of shared geostrategic and economic interests are a good opportunity to make policy decisions which will create a union that is more politically and economically sustainable, as has been made now during the corona crisis with measures such as the post-pandemic stimulus plan, which I mentioned earlier, and the Next Generation EU Recovery Fund. Also, the European Commission has just established a process to explore the reformation of the Stability and Growth Pact, according to which budget deficits must not exceed 3% of GDP and national debt must not exceed 60% of GDP. And that provision has been a cornerstone. It's a long story. But in response to the pandemic emergency, this Stability and Growth Pact has been temporarily suspended. Of course, debt should be reduced, but at a speed and in a manner that won't derail growth. Another vital issue is how the EU will handle the cultural clash over values. The EU's policy tools to impose disciplines on countries like Poland and Hungary are limited. It can take financial or legal action, but legal action is of limited effectiveness because rogue countries, like take, for instance, Poland and Hungary, they protect each other in the voting process. There is no mechanism to expel a member state. So will we see an Italexit, a Polexit, a Hungarexit? Opinion polls have shown that about 70% of Europeans are in support of the Union. In Poland, even 85% of the population is in favor of staying in the EU. Most people trust the European Union's processes and checks and balances sometimes more than those in their own countries and their own national politicians and institutions. Also, Brexit has served as a deterrent with visuals of endless lines of trucks, empty store shelves, and sheer chaos. By now, most people realize that you can't just pull the plug of a complex system and expect things to revert back to the past. Another lesson from Brexit, the negotiating power rests with the community and it cannot be blackmailed. Complex endeavors move forward through crises. Such crises concentrate policymakers' minds and are a great opportunity to facilitate and accelerate further integration. Lessons from history teach us that we have to fight to protect our democracy, our values, and economic foundations, because humans can only flourish in a society that works for all people. Thank you. Thank you.
Are there questions for Sandra?
I just wanted to ask your opinion about what is a general sort of belief in Poland that, you know, when you are talking about these challenges, that essentially the court decision that the Polish constitution is superior to the EU law, that the same decision was taken by the court in Germany in May of 2018, in France, Italy, in some other countries. The same thing with the nomination of judges, that the judges are nominated by the parliament. This is true in Germany, this is true in many other European countries. So, you know, in Poland it's regarded that Germany, which runs the European Union, is being extremely hypocritical because they don't like the conservative government in Poland and has nothing to do with the substance of the issue. And actually the government support is extremely strong. So I think that you should, when you are talking about it, you should at least give the two sides of the issue. And I can go into detail on the other things as well.
Yes, thank you for your question. Well, when it gets down to the legal details, it gets quite technical, but there's a fundamental issue with the German court decision that you mentioned, because that doesn't doubt the supremacy or the primacy of European Union law. So the challenge of the Polish court is much more fundamental. it's not what the Polish say. It's I guess it's arguable, but there are so many issues that also play into that, like the values that I mentioned, free press, for instance, in Hungary, or minority rights. There are some things that are coming together, because otherwise the relationship seems to be very antagonistic. Because usually with Merkel at the head, she was always able to negotiate compromises and somehow come together. But it seems like here we are really on a collision course.
Hi. Thanks for the presentation. You said that, or you criticized the European Commission for imposing structural reforms on periphery countries.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, you said that, and you criticized the fact that the European Commission imposes structural reforms on periphery countries. But as someone that worked on the treasury of one of those countries, the one thing I'm sorry for is not imposing more structural reforms. And it's impossible to deny the lack of quality or the difference in quality of institutions when we compare, say, France, Germany, Netherlands versus Portugal, where I worked, and Spain and Italy. And so my question to you is, if you don't agree with structural reforms, how do you propose that there's a convergence, not so much in terms of income, but in terms of quality of institutions, say, fiscal rules, public bidding, transparency, because those are real issues for Southern European countries?
Well, thank you for your question. Well, this was a very short general speech, and as you said, there are great differences between individual countries. When we watched how the process went in Greece, there is just a danger that the Union has been over-proportionally influenced by Germany and German rules and German thinking, and there are certainly some good points that Germans have, but their recipes cannot be translated to every single country, first of all, and second of all, they must not come across as patronizing, and for that reason, I think Merkel was a good leader, because it's not just technical issues, it's also, interpersonal issues to some extent. And I'm not against structural reforms. Of course, there are things that can be improved, like if we look at a country like Greece. But I'm arguing from the German perspective, which tends to be too stringent. And, you must adhere to the rules, and you cannot, and our rules. And I think there should be more leeway. Not every country is the same, and not every recipe fits every country to the same extent.
May I ask you to read one of the most profound sentences I've ever heard, the last sentence of your presentation?
Oh, to read my last sentence?
Last sentence, one of the most profound sentences I've ever heard.
Lessons from history teach us that we have to fight to protect our democracy, our values, and our economic foundations. Did I say that right? Let me start again. I messed up my most important.
That wasn't the last sentence, was it?
No, I think you mean the second half of the last sentence. Lesson from history teach us that we have to fight to protect our democracy, our values and economic foundations, because humans can only flourish in a society that works for all. And I think that goes very much to the point that Martin Wolf made during lunch. It goes to what I have had to observe over the last few years here under Trump. And so I'm very sensitive to these issues, probably also because of my German history.
So if every citizen believed that last phrase?
I think we all need to participate in the democratic process, and we can't just point upwards to people in power.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. I was reading about the pervasive effects that Brexit has had on the British economy, the UK economy. Has there been also a pervasive effect of the European Union has suffered from Brexit as much?
Has it had the same effect on Europe?
Yes, pervasive effects.
not that, I'm not an expert on that, but not to the extent that I can see just because, you know, that's a big union and it can kind of compensate for Britain not being part of it anymore. And of course, if there are effects, they're probably harder to spot. In Britain, we really can see it, you know, immediately, the immediate effects, and they're quite dramatic. I think it was the biggest mistake, biggest obvious mistake to ever make.
Any other questions? Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you for your attention.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And first, let me offer my congratulations to the Center and to Ned on this auspicious occasion. I must say that as an old friend of Ned's and Viviana's, it's simply wonderful to be spending my first in-person conference in a long, long time with them. So we're celebrating a center on capitalism, but as we all know, it's hard to have vibrant capitalism without vibrant democracy. And I want to concentrate on the democracy part this afternoon because I don't think too many people would quarrel with the suggestion that American democracy in particular could use some improvements. And I'm going to start by talking about ranked choice voting, in part because I thought since New Yorkers have had direct experience recently with ranked choice voting in the Democratic mayoral primary, it would be fun. But more seriously, I think there's a lot of evidence that procedural changes, such as ranked choice voting, can make a huge difference to the quality of our democracy, and I'll try to convince you of that. So, for the non-New Yorkers here, let me quickly review how ranked choice voting works. Rather than just voting for a single candidate, as in traditional plurality rule, voters get the opportunity to rank the candidates. In New York, there was a limit to 5, but in many places where ranked choice voting has been used, there's no upper limit. On the other hand, you don't have to rank all the candidates. You can rank as many as you want. Now, if some candidate happens to be ranked first by a majority, that's it. That candidate wins. But what usually happens is that no one gets a majority, and so we drop the candidate who is ranked first least often, the least popular candidate. People who voted for that candidate have their second choices moved into first, and then we just repeat the calculation, and we keep going until somebody gets a majority. Okay, so the first thing to note is that ranked choice voting already is a great improvement over traditional plurality rule or first past the post voting. And the easiest way to see that is to recall the 2016 Republican primary. You'll recall that there were many candidates. There were about 16 candidates at first, but 3 of the more prominent ones were Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, and John Kasich. These are hypothetical numbers, but they're not too hypothetical. They reflect a reality that we saw in many of the early primaries, where Trump was getting a plurality of the vote, but not a majority. Now, under traditional voting, Trump wins a primary like this because 40% is bigger than 35 or 25. But you'll notice that 60% of the voters actually prefer Kasich to Trump. The people who put Rubio prefers Kasich to Trump, and the people who put Kasich first also prefer Kasich to Trump. So that's 60%. And so it doesn't seem right to have Trump as the winner. The only reason Kasich doesn't win in this scenario is that, in effect, Rubio spoils the election for him by splitting off some of his support. Now, ranked choice voting solves, or at least in this instance, solves the spoiler or vote splitting problem, because if people are ranking the candidates, in the first round, no one gets a majority, but then Rubio is dropped because Rubio only gets 25% of the first place vote. Among the remaining two candidates, Trump and Kasich, Kasich easily wins. In fact, Kasich gets, Kasich beats Rubio 75% to 25%, but Kasich beats Trump 60% to 40%. And that's all. That's all we need to know here. Kasich wins the ranked choice voting election. And ranked choice voting solves the vote splitting problem in this instance. The problem I want to point out with ranked choice voting is that, as good as it is, it doesn't always solve vote splitting problems. Let's go back to the 2020 general election. As it happens, Joe Biden got the Democratic nomination. But imagine that Bernie Sanders had got the nomination, and that was that seemed like a serious possibility up until the South Carolina primary. Let's imagine further, and this is certainly controversial, so I'm only assuming it for the purpose of argument, that Sanders would have been beaten by Trump. There are a lot of people who believe that Trump would have beaten Sanders, and that's why they were so alarmed that Sanders did so well early on in the primaries. So suppose it had come down to Sanders and Trump. Well, one way that a situation like that might be reacted to is what Michael Bloomberg had been talking about. Bloomberg had discussed perhaps getting into the act as a third-party candidate. He talked about that in 2016 as well. Bloomberg might have attracted some of the Trump supporters. Now, under ordinary plurality rule, under the conventional voting system, Bloomberg might have cut into Trump's vote a bit, but it's still plausible to think that Trump might have won. And notice that ranked choice voting in this case is not going to help, because Bloomberg, with only 18% of the vote, gets eliminated first by ranked choice voting, and so it's back to Trump versus Sanders, and we're assuming that Trump wins. So how do we handle situations like this, where there's a moderate candidate like Bloomberg, but because of the peculiarities of the voting system, it's difficult for people to express their support for Bloomberg. Well, it turns out that there's actually a very old solution to this problem. It's called majority rule, or Condorcet voting. It was proposed by the 18th century French philosopher and mathematician, the Marquis de Condorcet. Under majority rule, again, voters rank candidates, just as in ranked choice voting, but now the winner is simply the candidates who, based on the rankings, would beat each other candidate by a majority. So that means that in our example, our Sanders, Bloomberg, Trump example, Bloomberg is the majority winner because Bloomberg beats Trump. The first group, the 40% group, prefers Bloomberg to Trump, and the second group, the 18% group, prefers Bloomberg to Trump, so that's 58%. Trump beats Bloomberg. And Trump also beats Sanders. The second group prefers Trump to Sanders. The third group, the second group prefers Bloomberg to Sanders. And the third group prefers Bloomberg to Sanders, and that's 60%. So Bloomberg really is the most popular candidate here. He beats the other two candidates by clear majorities, but under ranked choice voting, and certainly under conventional plurality rule voting, voters cannot express that fact. Majority rule is the way to do it. Now, to a voting theorist like me, the problem that majority rule solves is what we call the spoiler problem. We want a voting rule to be independent of spoilers, in the sense that if A and B are the serious candidates in an election, then it shouldn't matter whether some third candidate, C, is running or not. If A wins when C runs, A should also win when C doesn't run. And majority rule clearly satisfies this condition, because in majority rule, we always compare two candidates at a time. If A beats B and C when C is running, A continues to beat B when C is not running. So we get the same majority winner whether or not C is running. But we might ask, can we do even better than majority rule? Majority rule is better than ranked choice voting. Can we do even better than majority rule? I'd like to quickly argue that we cannot, that there's a precise sense in which majority rule is actually the best voting rule. And the way that we can answer this question is by first saying, well, what is it that we want out of a voting system? What are the principles that a good voting system should satisfy? And then we can show that majority rule satisfies these principles more fully than any other voting rule. So what are the principles? And these are all well-established, pretty non-controversial principles. The first is called the consensus principle, or economists might call it the Pareto principle, after Vilfredo Pareto. It's just the idea that if all voters agree that A is better than B, you better not elect B. It would be crazy to elect B under those circumstances. The second principle is that every voter should count equally. hard to quarrel with that in a democratic society. That's all voters should have the same weight. This is sometimes called anonymity in the sense that a person's name shouldn't matter to to her influence on the outcome of the election. By the way, I note that the Electoral College violates anonymity because it does matter where you are, what state you are in, as far as your influence on the outcome goes. But majority rule and ranked choice voting clearly satisfy anonymity. Another basic principle is neutrality, which just says that we should treat all candidates equally. The rules should not discriminate in favor of one candidate rather than another. We shouldn't privilege, say, the status quo candidates. And again, majority rule and ranked choice voting satisfy neutrality. So far, both ranked choice voting and majority rule satisfy all the principles I've mentioned. The big case where they differ is the spoiler principle that I was already talking about. We saw in the Sanders-Bloomberg Trump example that ranked choice voting violates the spoiler principle. If Sanders ran, Bloomberg would lose, but if Sanders didn't run, Bloomberg would win. Majority rule satisfies this principle, ranked choice voting does not. So now it appears that ranked choice voting is lagging behind majority rule. But there's one additional principle that makes things a little bit more complicated, and that's the idea that a voting system should always result in a clear-cut winner. There is a theoretical problem with majority rule on those grounds, and here's an example. Suppose that we had three groups of voters: the Trump supporters, the Rubio supporters, and the Kasich supporters who broke down as on the screen. Notice that Rubio would beat Kasich because the first group and the second group prefer Rubio to Kasich. Trump would beat Rubio because the first group and the third group prefer Trump to Rubio. But Kasich beats Trump because the second group and the third group prefer Kasich to Trump. So there's no candidate in this example that gets a majority against every other candidate. That is certainly a potential flaw with majority rule. This was actually a flaw that Condorcet himself recognized, but he was probably his own worst enemy, because by pointing it out, he made it more difficult for majority rule to actually be adopted. The point about this problem is that although it's a theoretical problem, it almost never happens in practice. And we have reams of data from Australia where ranked choice voting and rankings have been used for 100 years now. And we can tell from the way that voters rank candidates in Australia that this problem, the Condorcet cycle problem, happens with vanishingly small probability. So, but nevertheless, I want to take this problem seriously. Let's call the requirement that a voting rule should always determine a clear-cut winner decisiveness. Majority rule is not always decisive. Ranked choice voting is. Now, we might look for a voting rule which satisfies all 5 principles. That would be wonderful. But probably most of you have heard of the Arrow impossibility theorem. The Arrow impossibility theorem says that there is no voting rule that satisfies all 5 principles. But the Arrow rule, the Arrow theorem is too negative because it insists that a voting rule has to satisfy these principles in all circumstances. And I just mentioned that we know from Australia that some circumstances are exceedingly unlikely in practice. And so what we should ask for is for a voting rule to satisfy the 5 principles more often than any other. And that brings me to this result that I obtained with my old friend Partha Dasgupta. What we show, in effect, is that if you want your voting rule to satisfy the 5 principles, majority rule is the way to do it so that you satisfy those 5 principles more often than any other. In fact, there's a dominating relationship. If some other voting rule satisfies the 5 principles in some circumstance, majority rule must also satisfy them in that circumstance. And furthermore, there will be some circumstances where majority rule satisfies the 5 principles and the voting rule we started with does not. So I'm very much in favor of ranked choice voting, and I'm glad to see that it's spreading throughout the country. But the next step beyond that is majority rule. Thank you.
Okay, I have 2 questions. First, in the Democratic primary, would there have been a Condorcet cycle? I assume not. And would Eric Adams have won?
So we know the answer to that because we have the ranking data from the New York primary, and the answer is there would not have been a cycle. Right. And yes, Eric Adams would have won. Eric Adams was the Condorcet winner.
Okay.
He was obviously the ranked choice winner, but he was also the Condorcet winner.
Okay, that's my first question. My second question is, if majority rule were to be announced as the new system that we were to elect our mayor, there would have to be, when it was announced, a Condorcet cycle breaking rule that would be appended to it. What would you propose that would be?
Thank you. So if I had had 5 more minutes to this talk, I would have said exactly how you can take ranked choice voting, the rules for ranked choice voting, modify them very slightly, and they become Condorcet rules. Let me take a minute right now, if I can, since the question was asked, to explain that, if I can very quickly go to the end. Okay, I can get to the end, but not as quickly as I would have liked. Here we are. Okay, so let's look at the same rules as ranked choice voting. Voters rank the candidates. If someone gets 50% or more of the first place vote, they win. If not, under the current rules, under the normal ranked choice voting rule, you eliminate the candidate who is ranked first least often. What I'm proposing is, instead of that, to have an instant runoff between the 2 candidates who get the least first place votes. By an instant runoff, I mean that we look at if A and B have the fewest first place votes and A and B are those candidates, we look to see whether more people rank A above B or B above A. And whichever one of them loses in that comparison, that's the candidate who is eliminated. If you make that one little change, you get majority rule.
When there is a majority.
And furthermore, it'll be decisive. You'll always get a win. If there's no majority winner, you won't get the majority winner as the outcome because there is none. But you will get a decisive outcome as in ranked choice voting.
Okay, so just to be clear, when this instant runoff rule will converge to the majority rule when a majority winner exists.
Exactly.
Okay.
If there is a majority winner, this voting rule will give you that majority.
And if not, it will give you ranked choice.
It'll be something else. Right.
It's ingenious.
I'd be interested to learn if you've...
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little?
Can you hear me now? Yes. I'd be interested to learn what you think, if you've thought, about the proposal by Glenn Weil and Eric Posner for quadratic voting.
Okay. So I certainly have thought about that. In fact, I talked while Glenn Weil was writing with Eric Posner. I talked to him a lot about the paper. For those of you who haven't heard of this, it's a voting rule which in effect allows people to have more influence by buying more votes. And the reason in favor of it is that I may care about an issue more than you do, or more than, say, two of you do. But if you outnumber me under conventional voting, there's nothing I can do about that. But if I really care about this issue, perhaps I'd be willing to outvote you by buying some votes. So I think for certain purposes, this could be a great idea. If we were talking about a public company, shareholders who really cared about who was the CEO could get more influence than their shares entailed. I think for political purposes, it's a complete non-starter. I think we would all recoil at the idea that rich people could buy more votes simply by virtue of being rich. So, good idea, bad application.
Very glad to hear that.
Thank you for your talk, Professor. I thought that it was very enlightening. But I have one question. I believe that one of the reasons why the system has so much trust, in particular the American system, is because it seems to be timeless. It seems to not change. How do you build trust when in a system that is constantly changing? You're already proposing some tweaks on the new ways to do things.
So you have a point that familiarity is an important consideration when it comes to important institutions like voting. And actually, one thing I do like about American democracy is that we can change voting rules in a gradualist way. It's up to each individual state, sometimes up to each individual city, how it conducts its elections. And so what has been happening with ranked choice voting is that it's catching on. It was first adopted by a number of cities like San Francisco and Minneapolis to elect their mayors. And then, of course, New York, but it's also been adopted by two states, the state of Maine and the state of Alaska, for congressional elections. And I think it's going to catch on further because people in other states are going to be able to look at what has happened in Maine and Alaska and say, hey, this is working pretty well. Why don't we try it out here? And in fact, the interest in ranked choice voting has been growing exponentially as a result of the change. The change in Maine was just 3 years ago, 2018. They used it for the midterm elections and again for the general election for the presidential election in 2020. I think we can expect more successes like that. Now, as far as majority rule goes, as I said, it's a small step to go procedurally from ranked choice voting to majority rule. I think once people are already comfortable with ranked choice voting, then the next step will be to go to what I would argue is the best voting system, majority rule.
A point of clarification on majority rule. If you have 18 candidates, simply having one instant runoff between the two at the bottom doesn't solve the problem, right? You have to keep doing that.
You have to keep doing it, sure.
You have to keep doing it
just like ranked choice voting.
Until
you eliminate one candidate at a time.
Until
someone gets a majority among the remaining candidates.
Okay. And so, okay, so it's just a computer program to keep clink, 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 and then, 2 seconds later, it has some person with the majority.
I mean, almost the same computer program that was used in New York City with 12 candidates could be used for majority rule with 18 candidates. You change a few lines of code and you'd get. I mean, all of these voting systems, like ranked choice voting and majority rule, have been greatly facilitated by the fact that we now have very fast computers that can do the actual vote counting almost instantly. The reason why the vote was not counted quickly in New York had nothing to do with the computers. It was that the Board of Elections refused to count the absentee ballots until Election Day. So there wouldn't have been any delay at all if they had been able to count those the non-in-person ballots in advance.
I have a quick question.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So I'm wondering if you recommend the system in a context that's close to home for all of us, which is faculty hiring. I mean, I think we've all been in a situation
yes.
where, like, we wind up with, like, the person who was chosen, as the least preferred candidate. So have you seen any departments, including your own, doing this kind of system?
So I am proud to say that I persuaded the Harvard math department, not yet the economics department, but the Harvard math departments, who every year gets a large number of postdoc applications to use majority rule, Condorcet voting, to rank the candidates, and they've now been doing it that way for about 4 years. I think they're pretty happy with the outcome, but you should speak to them yourself.
I think I'm next. So as somebody who went through the whole New York process and found that Eric Adams came in first and he was then chosen through the whole process, it was a lot of work to figure out the 5 candidates I wanted to vote for. And in the end, the first person ended up winning. So I guess my question is, how often does the first candidate through the whole system diverge from who the final winner is, and therefore how does it justify the amount of work one has to go through?
So that's a good question.
Could I report from Maine? Could I report from the state of Maine in 2018?
Please do, yes.
The congressman from the 2nd District, who happens to be a Democrat,
Yeah.
was only elected because of ranked choice voting.
That's right.
Which led to a certain Trumpist.
Right. I was actually I was a little bit sorry about that outcome, not because I wasn't happy with who won, but because it seems to send the message that ranked choice voting was a Democratic rather than a Republican reform. And it's not. It's entirely nonpartisan. And that's another reason why I think that it stands a chance of being widely adopted, because in principle, there's no more reason why Republicans should oppose it than Democrats should oppose it. But because of that experience in Maine, a lot of Republicans decided that they weren't going to support it, and that was unfortunate. And I think it's going to have to go the other way a few times to get them on board. But the more general answer to the question, how often does ranked choice voting make a difference, is again provided by Australia, where we have reams and reams of data, and it's about 12% of the time. So it's not a majority, it's not even nearly a majority, but it's enough so that ranked choice voting can really make a difference. And we can all think of many cases from American political history where if it had been used, history would have been different. I mentioned the 2016 Republican primary, but you probably remember the infamous election of 2000 between Gore and Bush, where Gore lost by 550 votes or so, 560 votes in Florida. What the ranked choice vote supporters point out is that nearly 90,000 people voted for Ralph Nader. Now, probably not all of them would have voted for Gore if Nader hadn't been on the ballot. But if there had been ranked choice voting, probably almost all of those Nader voters would have put Gore second. And that would have been enough. It would have been overwhelmingly enough for Gore to have won in Florida. So that's just one of many episodes in American history where ranked choice voting was needed but wasn't there.
So I think okay, let's do one more question. Obviously we are running ahead of schedule, but we do have our next fellow on the line. But no, let's do it.
I just have a very quick comment. When I was voting in New York, I found it much less work to vote for ranked choice voting because I didn't need to strategize at all. I could just put them how I liked them. And I was more likely to vote with ranked choice voting than if I had to think it through what all the implications were. I found it less work, and it made me increase my turnout, probably.
Well,
it's not a question, it's just a comment.
Let me respond to the comment by saying that you can show that with majority rule, as opposed to ranked choice voting, you can show that it does not pay voters to strategize. But or to put it another way, they should just vote the way they think. They don't have to outthink other voters. And that's also a good thing. I didn't even mention it here, but it clearly makes life easier for voters.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Luigi, if you can hear us, we're ready for you. Luigi, can you hear us? I have to tell you all, we had a similar problem yesterday, so you'll have to bear with us for just a moment. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. This was happening yesterday too.
Is that the Zoom? Is that the Zoom, right?
Luigi, can you hear us?
Okay.
Okay, Luigi, we can hear you now.
Yes,
Just
yes,
give
yes,
me 1
exactly.
minute. We'll get you up on the screen and we'll start.
I don't
Just 1
see
minute.
you, but I am able to hear you.
Okay, one minute.
Okay, now I see you.
Okay, Luigi, we're ready for you whenever you'd like to begin.
Okay.
Ned, Luigi is starting. All right, Luigi, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all the participants to the 20th anniversary conference of the Center on Capitalism and Society. My best wishes and congratulations to the director, Ned Phelps, and his group. And many thanks for the invitation. The title of my paper is Green Deal, Innovation and European Growth. In the scenario of the COVID crisis, the European Union decided to adopt the next generation EU, a 750 billion plan based for more than 50% of green and digital investment, introducing at the same time a program for cutting CO2 emissions by 55% by 2030, with respect to 99. The expected consequences of the plan are a wide ranging of transformation in European economy, restoring growth and dynamism. These are the expected consequences. The decision to accelerate the transition to a carbon neutral economy and the pace of transformation involved by the green policy will have important consequences on capital stock, employment, and this is very important, a lot of disruption along the way. We are not able to say today if the emission cutting goals will be fulfilled as timing and magnitude, but we can be sure of their revolutionary impact on the European economy. Decarbonization can be regarded from a macroeconomic point of view as an adverse supply shock that does not necessarily mean that growth will decline if the carbon pricing will trigger new infrastructure spending and an accelerated renewal of equipment and buildings. The crucial point is, however, in what extent the Keynesian role of investment associated in the European plan with the launch of a policy based on technological competition, on green and digital innovation, will be able to adapt European policy to the new competitive international scenario. My idea is that there is this kind of perspective that has been at the basis of the decision made by the European Union. At the end of the process, the competitive position of each European country will be different in relation to its ability to introduce innovation in their economy. The main challenge to face is the temporal profile of the events and the policy adopted. But policy intervention and private initiative are needed to redirect market forces toward the cleaner energy before market forces can take over. The International Agency for Energy pointed out that the technologies currently available to the market at scale will not be sufficient to effect a global clean energy transition to net zero emission, and the continued and strong focus on R&D is essential to the transition. According to the European Patent Office report, the shift to less carbon energy can only be achieved through an acceleration in energy sector innovation. The crucial point is that the European Union seems to be haunted by the ghost of missing growth just before the current crisis. The slowdown in total productivity, mainly in euro area, is due to the slowdown of the innovation activity. the lack of dynamism and the associated halt to both growth and the social elevator is the main problem to be solved. The need of a good society solving the puzzle of the anemic growth of Europe was seriously accelerated and aggravated by the pandemic crisis. That said, when we consider education, skills, migration, aging, and labor market institutions, we find that too many changes may contribute to the total factor productivity slowdown. In his secular stagnation hypothesis, Larry Summers attributes, as everybody knows, the responsibility of the slowdown to the demographic factor. Nevertheless, productivity slowdown remains an unsolved puzzle. Ned Phelps argues in his recent book on dynamism that the shortcoming of traditional classical economics include the failure to take into account the non-pecuniary aspect of work, such as self-realization, job satisfaction, and that this result in a view of economic growth that fails to account for the dynamism of modern economy, specifically the way in which they innovate. In his opinion, the mass flourishing represented by the 19th century surge in prosperity was much more of a bottom-up process than the standard view suggests. Innovation and progress was, in his view, not just the result of a small number of big breakthroughs in social organization and technology, but of the more widely rooted processes that reflected the amalgamation of thousands day-to-day experimentation and improvisation by ordinary people. The grassroots driver was in turn, he says, driven by the spread of modern values which encouraged people to imagine better ways of doing things in the search for a more fulfilling life, hence the emphasis on job satisfaction. Nevertheless, if we were in the middle of a Schumpeterian cycle, where technological change created a process of industrial mutation, revolutionizing the economic structure, incessantly destroying the old one, incessantly create a new one, only a portion of the economy, the most reactive one, would respond to net criteria for innovation. Current approach to green growth policy disregard the innovation factor, ignoring that the portfolio of technology available today are not adequate and those of tomorrow depends on what is done today. The line clean innovation policy results in much higher cost. This is the conclusion that in general is in the document of the International Energy Agency. Are the consumer and environmental concerns and market competition of firm decision enough to assure decision in favor to clean, innovative technologies? This is a very important question, in my view. The citizens' social responsibility concern and the degree of competition between firms jointly shape the direction of innovation. The effect of consumers' environmental concerns and market competition on firm decision to innovate in clean technology determine R&D, pollution, and welfare. The conclusion that the International Energy Agency asserted that the clean energy technologies need faster progress, but now the data in patenting activities show a decline since 2012 that has gone hand in hand with a drop in the share of startups and scale up in energy and the sustainability sector. The decline raises some questions, given the startups are important drivers of aggregate investment activities and significant careers of innovation. For solar photovoltaic, the downward trend seems to be fully consistent with the technology entering in its maturity stage. It is important that Europe maintain its competitive advantage in this different technology. This is my point of view, ensuring that the market does not shift to another region, as was the case with solar photovoltaic. That is an emblematic case. While Europe is at the forefront of green technology, its position in digital adoption or innovation is less encouraging. Not only are digital adoption rates of European firms lower than those of their US counterparts, innovation in digitalization is also slower. Patent data reveal that Europe is lagging behind both the United States and China for patent application relevant to Industry 4.0. Another question is, could the innovation needed by Europe come out from the private sector as a reaction to the European Union Green Deal technology? Again, Nest Phelps point out that a great many people in an interview in Project Syndicate, the great many people shaken up by the pandemic experience are motivated to make change in their business and in their lives. However, it is quite possible that people will be inspired to innovate in ways that otherwise would not have. But the rise of the state-centered and communitarian values over individualism, vitalism, and self-expression operates to weaken dynamism. The United Nations argues in a recent energy transition report that energy transition can no longer be limited to incremental steps. It must become a transformation effort, a system overall based on the rapid upscaling and implementation of all available technology to innovate for the future. But this is a point mostly worrying. Are the market mechanisms that drive the research and its effect to either clean or dirty technologies. If clean technology, observed, pointed out Acemoglu, if clean technology are less advanced than the clean one to start with, the potential transition can be difficult. Given an imposed carbon tax, dirty technology tend to prevail on clean technology if the final goods producer have the possibility to use a dirty technology at the frontier of the product line. Moreover, there are synergies between deployment and innovation on the side of energy cost for storage technology. Policy designed to build market growth and innovation in battery storage may complement cost reduction of clean energy technology. Moreover, countries and households will be differently impacted by the extension of the carbon pricing mechanism, with cost of meeting comparable emission targets through carbon pricing, varying significantly between and within countries. Transition costs are likely to be significant also in the optimistic outlook of Blanchard and Tirole, 2021, and new inequalities between winners and losers of energy and climate policy could create a strong opposition to green policy and innovation. But the revenue from carbon taxation or the auctioning of tradable permits can be redistributed, neutralizing their effect. But let me say that, concluding my speech, that it's very important to take the position of Ned Phelps when he said it would be a mistake to misunderstand the relation of inequality and innovation. It is less innovation, no more, that has widened inequality in the United States in recent decades. This is very important to me, look into the choices that the European Union is doing that necessarily will be have the outcome of some inequality or increase inequality that has to be considered as a part of a policy in which you have to take the position or net position about the innovation. Thank you very much for your attention.
We have time for questions. Does anyone have questions for Luigi? Thank you, Luigi.
Thank you to the participants. Thank you to Ned, to everybody. I don't.
Luigi? Oh.
Yes.
I'm wondering, do you feel that Italy has any special problems that the rest of continental Europe doesn't have? And how would you compare the problems in Europe, broadly defined, and the problems in the United States? Are you in a worse position or in a less bad position?
It's a difficult question, Ned. Indeed. I think that the problem of Europe is quite different from the problem of the United States, not only because of policies that are planned to be adopted are different, but also because, mainly because the Europe suffer of an anemic growth, and the problem that I try to point out is the problem of trying to create a mix of policy in which innovation is the center of the policy and not forgotten as one of the variables less important. The point is that generally talking, the problem is taken as a problem to reach the goals of decarbonizing the economy, and this is important. But I think that less importance is devoted to the need or look into the innovation as a way by which Europe can be changing its position in competitive terms. And this make a difference between my personal view between the United States and Europe.
Jeff Sachs this morning was suggesting, I think, I don't know who to face, who to be rude to. Jeff was, in a brilliant and moving speech, he was suggesting that something that I myself believed to a degree, but I try to suppress it from my mind. He was suggesting that the people have changed so much, and we can't go back to capitalism as it is now constructed, not that there will be no use for not that there will be no limited use for capitalism in some parts, but that I spent half my day trying to remember to put the mask on, so it's very hard to remember to take the mask off. So that's one of the problems. We don't know who we want to be. We don't want to know what kind of people we want to have 10, 20 years from now. And I'm wondering whether this sort of radical reconsideration is coming up also in Western Europe.
Certainly, it's happening also in Europe, and in Europe we are obviously very concerned about the environmental problems and the consumers' environmental concerns and market competition are very important in assuring the process I try to describe. It seems to me that the social responsibility of citizens is one very important change, is a very important change that is promising to have consequences, important consequences of the choice we have to make in the next 20 years. And I'm sure that the interest and the concern of the citizens will be at the basis of the pushing activity on innovation, because everybody is aware that the goal that the European Union established are certainly important, but are goals that you have to reach, and to reach the goal you need to have more innovation than now, and this is a very important problem that is to put on the center of the economic policy in Europe and the United States too.
Okay, Luigi, we have one more question. I'm not sure you'll be able to see him, but you'll be able to hear him.
Okay.
Buonasera, professore. Sono molto felice di essere qui. Mi chiamo Joey. Grazie per parlare con noi. I actually have a question. So which country do you think will be the main driving force inside of Europe to drive innovation? And I'm wondering also if you have a country outside of Europe that you think will be responsible for the global advancement in technology. Thank you very much.
I think that the responsibility for advancing technologies depends from our investment in innovation, in R&D, but mainly in the awareness of the importance that the citizens are able to take the position that is a position that could be, supported by enough percentage of the population and creating the, responsibility for political decision. I think that this is a very important question, and I hope that in the next future we'll have this kind of choice and this kind of scenario.
Well, we have about 5 minutes, but we can end. You can go or whatever
Does anybody have another person have a question? Well, if there's no other question, let me just ask one more. I love Europe. Sandra Navidi, in her wonderful talk an hour or two ago, was describing the horrors that exist not only in America but also in Europe. The riots, the uprisings, the anger. She gave the well-known example of the attack in Germany and the attack in France. I hadn't known that there was also recently an attack in Rome. Are you wondered that there's some sort of a revolution bubbling here, or some sort of anarchy, or some sort of new wave of violence, and that makes it impossible to realize to even start down the avenue toward a healthier economy.
Okay, Ned, this is a very important question. Let me say that my opinion is that that economists, all of us, are pointing out that inequalities are increasing, and inequalities are, I think, at the basis of some movement of people inside Europe and inside the United States, and it's difficult to face the challenge if you are not able to make the right composition between the need of make a revolution, the revolution of Green Deal, but at the same time the revolution of facing inequalities. And this is a political challenge that is difficult to be forgotten. I think that's very important, by view.
Wonderful. So I think that we're just right about out of time, and I think we should conclude. Thank you very much, Luigi.
Thanks to all the participants. I am very happy to say my congratulations again and my wishes to Ned and this group. And I hope to see many of you at the Villa Mondragone next, because we have to remember that Ned Phelps is not only the director of the Center for the Center of Capitalism and Society, but also the founder of the Villa Mondragone Conference. And I am grateful to him, and I hope to see him and all of you next edition at the conference, in presence of them virtually, but anyway, to see many of you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our afternoon, and we will meet upstairs for some drinks, and then, yep, upstairs.
Before we went downstairs.
Nope. We always went upstairs. And then we'll have dinner at 7 with remarks by Richard Sennett. Thank you all.
Okay. All righty.